Yeah. It's about this all by itself.
How are you today? Good, Kim, you doing okay?
I'm good, Joe. How are you?
How's the school district?
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah. We approved the budget last night.
Oh, did you? What's your budget this year? Just curious.
You know, it's 27, 28 million right in there.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What was the average last year? I mean, how much is that up?
Not very much.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't believe so. And there were some revenue changes, you know, because there was, you know, additional money that came in and we had to do some adjustments last year because of federal money, some additional costs. But, you know, and 80% of that is always pay and benefits,
Yeah.
you know, almost 80%.
We ready?
Ready.
To call the meeting to order. Pledge, Commissioner Livingston.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. The first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda, and we have an addition of the Deaver Irrigation District assessment rolls.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda with the addition of the Deaver irrigation goals.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, Commissioner Mangold will not be in attendance today. Just for the record. So our first thing is a public hearing on the United Pentecostal Church, SUP number 238. Mr. Dolman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So,
Yeah, excuse me, Madam Chair, if I could, I own a piece of property adjacent to this particular spot, so I will be recusing myself. Just
Okay.
so there's no question.
Thank you.
so Madam Chair, that I believe is the topo map for this. I believe it's figure 4. And I've been trying to catch those, but this one I missed. But I
I
will.
just have the stars.
Yeah, I think I caught all the other ones, but for some reason I'm having difficulty going from Word to PDF. But so now you have it. That's the topo map for this. So this is a public hearing. It's special use permit with site plan review. And this property is in the Cody local planning area. The applicant is United Pentecostal Church of Cody. The property is in the GR5 zoning district. We did receive an application for this SUP on April 15th, describing acreage and description and their planned number of hours and days of operation, employees, size of the new building, so on and so forth. And any possible effects on adjacent properties. And a number of maps were submitted. You had a chance to see those. The requested action is approval of the special use permit with site plan review. It will be a new, just over 2,800 square foot worship center for this church. It will have classrooms, bathrooms, and a sanctuary. It's on property just over an acre, and there is an existing building currently used as a church. That building will remain. And the location map is shown in figure 1, and a site plan of the facility is shown in figure 2. So you had a chance to see those. We have classified this use as major community use. The ownership is United Pentecostal Church of Cody. The legal description is Lot 5 of the Heart Mountain Estates number 2 subdivision. The location of this property is 5 Nez Pierce Drive, Cody. It's just east of Highway 14A. And as I mentioned, the property is Lot 5 of Heart Mountain Estates number 2. In figure 3, you can see where its location is relative to Cody. It's about 5 miles northeast of Cody. In figure 4, which I just shared with you, or Jenny just shared with you, we have a topo map. It shows some things surrounding it. You also see 14A. Obviously, there's railroad tracks to the west of 14A. There's some subdivisions in the neighborhood. There's very little change in elevation. And I will mention that Northwest Rural Water does have a domestic water main that runs parallel to Nez Perce Drive. In figure 5, Madam Chair, you see surrounding property uses. It's primarily residential. There is some agricultural to the north. I'm sorry, I had a mistake on the top of page 6. I said no subdivisions are adjacent. Actually, this property is in a subdivision, and there are subdivisions to the north, to the east, and to the south. I apologize for that mistake. I mentioned this property is in GR5 zoning district. This use is allowed in that district provided a special use permit is approved. This property is not within a mile of any municipalities. In terms of legal notices, we had the notice in the Cody Enterprise that occurred on June 28th and July 12th. On July 1st, we mailed notices out to neighbors. We shared the staff report with you and the applicant before today. In terms of agencies, Fire District number 2 responded. They suggested the applicant contact Nick Hudson. The Park County Treasurer said this use is tax exempt. Game and Fish has not submitted any wildlife. Oh, I'm sorry, they did submit, they had no wildlife comments. We did receive a response from Northwest Rural Water, and they said that their service to the property should be sufficient. We did also receive a comment back from Nez Perce Irrigation Association. They reviewed the plans. They had some notes that we shared with you. Bighorn Basin Fire Inspector said this type of use requires a plan submitted to the State Fire Marshal's office. To our understanding is that plan has not been submitted yet, so that is still outstanding. Weed and Pest responded. Mary will not need long-term weed management plan. She does recommend that they follow best management practices. Garland Light and Power said they have the capacity to serve the new development and they currently provide service. Park County Fire District 2 sent another letter in and they said they could provide fire protection. Then they shared with us a list of equipment that would be needed. Hartmere Irrigation District reviewed the plans. They had some corrections. They talked about a lateral being identified and that lateral being far enough away from the drain field. And so the applicant has responded to those comments and made those corrections. And that drain field will be at least 30 feet away from that line. Public Works responded. They confirmed the applicant has legal access from Nez Perce Drive, which is dedicated to the general public. And the county evidently is providing ordinary maintenance on that. And there was, I believe they did submit an erosion and drainage control plan with Public Works and they approved that. They were fine with that. And they said a geotechnical report will not be required. WYDOT, we shared their comments. They commented there's a 25-foot irrigation easement. And also WYDOT suggests that any sign changes not interfere with sight distance for traffic. And our understanding is that the original sign has not been moved and is not going to be moved. We've not received any public comments. Planning and Zoning looked at this and reviewed this on May 18th. They recommended approval. They had some conditions. One of their conditions was a response from Park County Fire District 2. That has been met. Number 3 was a review from the State Fire Marshal's office. That has not been met to our understanding. Another condition was the applicant provide statements regarding utilities. That has been met. And I will mention that, again, electricity will be Garland Light and Power. It will go to the new building. Water will go to the new building. Natural gas will not be needed for the new building because they're planning to use electricity for heat. And also another condition from Public Works was that the applicant provide evidence that this use is in compliance with Heart Mountain Estates number 2 covenants. That has been met. My understanding is this particular property is exempt from those covenants. Madam Chair, in regard to compatibility impacts, I mentioned what this use is for. I mentioned the location. The applicant said the occupancy of the existing church is 40. The new church building will have a maximum occupancy of 100. They're planning a new asphalt parking lot. The church will typically have services on Wednesdays and Sunday mornings. And they'll have occasional gatherings outside of that. Northwest Rural Water will be able to provide service. The applicant is providing a new septic, and the existing septic, that tank will be, well, the old system will be abandoned in place. The tank will be crushed and drained and filled with rock. The facility has one part-time employee. We did receive a soils report. This property is not in an overlay district. This church has been at this location for many years. The applicant anticipates no new impacts to adjacent properties. In terms of building setbacks, the use is not within 20 feet of any county road right of way. I mentioned covenants. This particular lot is exempt from those original covenants that were from Heart Mountain Estates #1. In terms of outdoor lighting, they will have LED lighting, but they will be downcast, shielded, and dark sky compliant. No nonconformities on the property, no nuisances have been reported. I mentioned access, domestic water, irrigation. This is within the Heart Mountain irrigation system. To our understanding is this use will not interfere with any irrigation facilities. In terms of parking, the size of this facility, we calculate 12 total parking spaces required. They're planning to put in 16. And if I remember correctly, at least one, maybe others will be ADA compliant. They have proposed a septic that is going to be approved by DEQ. My understanding is DEQ has looked at it. It seems to be sufficient, but it hasn't been formally approved yet. But we anticipate the septic will be approved. Madam Chair, otherwise, we know of no hazardous conditions on the site. This use is not expected to impact any federal wetlands. A runoff and erosion control plan has been approved by Public Works, and we have some findings. We have some recommended conditions. Our recommendation is that you approve this. And I apologize for going so fast, but it's a big report. And we're happy to answer questions if you have any.
Okay, I do have one quickly, and it's more process, I guess. You talked about the new building. Well, the old building was like 40, capacity of 40, and the new building capacity of 100. But we're talking about 16 parking spaces. How does that jive?
So if I remember, Madam Chair, so with a non-residential use, then our regs say the number of parking spaces, well, I believe you need one parking space for each 400 square feet of floor area.
Okay.
So we took the floor area, divided it by 400
Okay,
and
so
received 12.
Figured that way, not necessarily on people.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks. Just wasn't sure how you did that.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the commissioners at this time? This is a public hearing, so if there was someone from the public that would like to speak about this project, and if you would please stand and state your name for the record.
Frank Page, I'm project engineer with Morrison Merrily.
Do we need the mic, guys, because of the recording issue we've had lately? I'm sorry, Frank, but
That's okay.
we have to record these, so
I think I've been here.
I think you have.
So a couple things. I think Planning did a very good job of summarizing and helping us through the process. Couple things to note. The State Fire Marshal has been submitted the plans for electrical review, and that is pending. We do have the DEQ permit. It is permit number 2022-142, and I have copies that we can provide to you. So we've got that in place. DEQ also said that we don't need to have a separate permit through planning and zoning, but we will coordinate with them. The only thing I think that's left to do is for the church to obtain the building permits and the right-of-way permit through Public Works. So with that, I'd answer any questions.
Any questions for the commissioners or Frank? Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Madam Chair, public comment.
Okay,
I am an adjacent landowner to this piece of property, and just for the public record, I have no problem with it. I think it's a great project.
thank you. Any other public comments?
Move close public hearing, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. So, discussion or
Your
pleasure of the
vote.
board?
Your vote too.
I have to.
You has to, yeah. Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, then move to approve as presented with condition. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, it takes 3 votes, so at this point, the chair will vote on this motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleen, do you have a number for us? All right, thank you.
Okay.
I think somebody else is.
Well, machine.
Okay.
Rock and roll.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Alyssa Riley, Business Development Specialist for AirMed Care Network. If you'd like to come up, that'd be great. Good morning.
So I am Alyssa Riley and I'm the business development specialist. I still have my training wheels on. So I brought my divisional director, Sarah Gordon, and she's going to be leading our presentation.
Okay, and your name again?
Sarah Gordon.
Sarah Gordon.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
We
you.
appreciate you letting us come and speak to you this morning. We like to meet with those when we have service in your area. And as you all probably are aware, we have Guardian Flight here in Cody. That is serving the residents of your county. And we wanted to come and make you aware of a membership program that we have tied to that. And really it's towards your employees. I don't know if you all have heard out in the community how much it can cost to be airlifted. In your scenario here, it happens quite frequently just due to geography, not having a trauma center right here. You're going to see that quite a bit. You have a rotor wing aircraft here in Cody. We also have several fixed wings throughout the state of Wyoming that back that one up. But what we wanted to do today was to talk to you about our membership program. Are you all familiar with that at all? Have you ever heard of that?
A little
Used
bit.
it the other day.
Okay.
Yeah, you used it the other day.
You used it? Oh, no. Well, I'm glad you had a membership.
Yeah.
So what our membership program does is it covers your employees potentially and anybody in their home if they ever need to use that service, if they need to be airlifted, whether it be by the rotor wing here in Cody or any of our fixed wing assets to get to a higher level of care. As you've probably heard, those bills are significant. And though you probably have a great insurance plan in place, there are usually gaps between what insurance does and what can be expected on that bill. And so there could be co-pays, co-insurances, deductibles, denial of claim even, and our membership covers that. So any out-of-pocket expense that your employees would have would be wiped away if they had our membership program. It also covers, we gave you a brochure in there. In that brochure is a map. We have nationwide coverage. We have about 320 locations in 38 states. So it covers them as they travel as well. Basically, this just makes sure that they don't have any out-of-pocket obligation with that flight, because as you know, if someone is getting flown, there are generally other medical bills that are going to follow from whatever made that flight occur. So we're trying to get ahead of that. This is a low-cost option that can be added to your benefit plan. We go about it a couple different ways. You can certainly buy it for them. If you feel like it's a good supplement to what you have. We can payroll deduct it if you want to make it optional to them. As I said, it covers everybody in their home. So it may cover people who are not on your benefit plan even. In the economic times that we live in today, sometimes it's, you have grown children living in the home, you have elderly parents. It would extend to anybody under the roof, and it would just make sure that they have no out-of-pocket obligation. It is $60 annually for your employees.
In here, 60?
60.
Your brochure says 85, but.
So that's our standard pricing.
Okay.
60 is what it would be for a group pricing. So if you chose to go with a payroll deduction or a census plan for the county employees, we would offer a $60 rate. Yes, sir. And that is annual and it is per household, so it's not per person. So it's a great thing to add to your current benefit offering. I don't know if anyone, you may not have an idea, or you may, of what the gap is there. But generally we're seeing pretty high deductibles and copays and co-insurances tied to these. So we wanted to make you aware and make sure, especially in a place where we've invested and have an aircraft, to make sure that you're aware of this benefit and potentially offer it to your employees. And I don't know what your process is for that, but we wanted to get the information in front of you for sure.
I do have a question for
Sure.
you from a little bit of personal history a year or two ago. So at times when they bring the patient in and air flight is called,
Mhm.
you're not the one calling. You may be injured enough that the hospital
Sure.
makes that decision.
Mhm.
So if it's a different carrier or they call in whoever can get there,
Mm-hmm.
how does this work? Can it still help you if it's not a Guardian flight?
So in that, and that's a great question. We legally cannot have any reciprocity with another provider.
Okay.
We own and operate these assets. So primarily Global Medical Response is a provider, is a carrier of the service. That's what we primarily do. And the membership covers only the assets that we own.
Okay.
And that's really why the cost is what it is.
Okay.
Is because, we can't guarantee service. Obviously, like if they were on a flight and someone else responded, we can't cover that. But, I guess right now with no membership in place, you have full exposure where at
Sure.
least we can cover some exposure. And with the aircraft being right here, I would imagine that, it's primarily us to be responding. But that's a great question.
Any other questions on the?
Yeah, I've got one real
Yes,
quick
sir.
question on your rate structure. Say you're a company and you have 200 employees, or a specific number of employees that you have to have sign up for to get the lesser rate?
3.
Three?
Three.
That's it?
So it goes off of eligibles. And, if we came in and we couldn't get 3, we would have a problem.
Mhm.
So you should be in good shape if you offered it. Yeah.
Any other questions, thoughts right now? We probably need to do a little research as far as our employees and our insurance carrier and see where we're at, but
Sure.
sounds good.
What is the process for, I guess, the decision-making for that? How do you all go about adding things like that?
We're gonna have to, like I said, have a discussion with ourselves and our insurance carrier, kind of to see where those gaps might be and how extensive that might work.
Okay.
And then probably a conversation with Colleen and the budget and see if we would be interested in covering it or at least offering it to our employees for them to cover as supplemental.
Well, and one point I would like to make on our census plans, if you were to pay for it for them, the census plan belongs to the county. So you buy slots. And that way, if someone leaves, you can plug the new person in.
Okay.
And they don't take it with them. So it's a great option for any turnover that you may have. And that way you're not losing money if you do have someone leave and you can put that new person in.
Okay.
So that's a great way to go about it too.
And how is this billed paid? Is it monthly? Is it?
We generally we do it one of two ways, and it also depends on if you're payroll deducting.
Okay.
If you're payroll deducting, we generally do like 3 payments. With a census plan, it's normally all at once.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if we decided elected to get this for our employees, we would buy slots for every employee, every eligible employee.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously the job market is very different than what it used to be. Used to with counties and cities, you don't have very much. But with the way the world is now, you never know, I guess. So you have some fall off or some new folks coming on, and we can also add them. If you have a jump throughout the year, we can add people. So it's no problem. We work with you on that.
So since we got a little bit of time, I have a wilderness operation, and that's what we used to had to fly one of my employees out the other day. But the question I had is, years ago, I was able to buy a one-time coverage for the month and a half that I was in operation in the backcountry, and it covered my camp. And is that
A
still
site
available?
plan. We do select ones. Sometimes it depends on the scenario. We can take a
I'll
look at it
contact you. I've got your card.
Yeah.
I'll contact you because it covered.
just for a period of time.
Don't be conducting personal business here.
She's sitting there, it's easy.
And we do have a little.
We get a little time.
But we certainly appreciate you taking a look at it, and we feel like it's a great low cost benefit for your employees. It's kind of something a little bit different that you can do for them that doesn't cost a whole lot, so.
We all seem to like the outdoors here.
Madam Chair, how many shifts do you have locally? As I'm saying locally within a couple hundred miles of.
Sure, so you have the rotor wing here in Cody. The next closest is gonna be Warland. We also have some fixed wings, Gillette, Lander, Cheyenne, and Riverton is a rotor wing. So 6 total in Wyoming.
So,
Yes, sir.
is Washakie County set up with you guys?
Washington County?
Washakie,
Washakie.
Werman.
I would have to, I'm not sure, to be honest, I'd have to go find out.
I know they
I
did
know
it, but
they
I don't know which
provide
company.
a service like
Mhm.
this for all county employees.
Okay, I can
They
go
bought it
investigate
They
that.
bought it for the whole
The whole
town.
county.
Okay.
You mean citizens and everything? Oh, really?
Madam Chair, if I could, just a quick comment along the line of what you were talking about. That seems to be a big problem. Because where I live north of town here, I see the helicopters coming and going all the time. And the majority of the flights, they come out of Billings,
Mhm.
they land at the hospital, pick up the patient and go right back.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I don't know who's calling the shots on that.
Well, I know in my case, the doc walked in and said, we've called the chopper. And that's
That was
all I
it.
can tell. I mean, I had no questions, no conversation.
Yeah.
General, and every locality has its own protocol. So your 911 system and your hospital would have its own set of protocol that they use.
Mhm.
The general thing that we normally see is first closest, and then they kind of roll from there but every location is different.
Yeah.
So it would be dependent on your 911 structure and how they roll those calls. Obviously if one is in flight though, then it could be another one, and they've got to kind of, but generally it's by closest.
It
Well,
can
that's
also
what
be
I'm
by the need, right? For where they've got to go or what type of.
Well, and a fixed wing is going to have a longer
Right.
capability. If you had, for example, like a really specific pediatric case that needed to go further or a burn unit or something like that, they may call a fixed wing. Yeah.
When I was a patient, I'd much rather have you guys fly from the airport to the hospital and wait for a helicopter to come down from Philly. So, I mean, have your company had discussions with West Park? As far as using your
Cody
your
Regional.
equipment?
That I would have to find out. That would be kind of an operations discussion. So I'd have to talk to our operations partners.
Good.
Any other thoughts, questions?
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess my thought is to, now that we have the notes from them, that Colleen can talk to the insurance committee, or Colleen and I can, and see what their thoughts are.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Look at the cost and we pay for 2 flights, you're covering it. But then that's what the question I'd have, Colleen, is how many are we averaging a year that this could help with?
We know of a couple. That happened last year. Okay. Anybody else want to look at this pavement update? A road condition? You're thinking, go ahead and look at it.
Sure.
Interesting.
Where are you gonna throw it away?
Well, I was just gonna
Gonna file it?
It's got some interesting information.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in there. Just very contracted with it.
No, no, he, other than,
This was sent to us on email too.
Might have been.
I remember looking at this already once.
Well, it comes out every year.
No, I mean recently on the computer. And I remember we scored really well.
We did, yeah. I think we're close enough. Of a next order of business is a public hearing for Cottonwood Homes variance. Mr. Delavan?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Julie Forconi. The planning area of this property is Cody Powell Rural, and the zoning district is GRP. We did receive an application for the variance request from Julie on May 12th of this year, including payment. And we also received a response where the applicant and the applicant's representative addressed each one of the 4 variance conditions that must be met. And this variance is in regard to what you'll hear in just a few minutes. It's a application or request to partially vacate and re-subdivide lot 1 of Harrington Simple into 3 lots. And so this variance request is to basically avoid our reg requirement that natural gas, if it's located in the area, be stubbed to each lot line of a minor subdivision. That is what this variance request is. Because currently, this lot that Ms. Forconi is going to plan to subdivide, what will be proposed lot 1 does have gas, but the 2 other lots do not have gas adjacent. So she would like a variance to that requirement. As I mentioned, this property is in the GRP zoning district. We have on page 2 of our staff report, of course, the purpose of a variance is to provide flexibility in the county regulations. The applicability of a variance, of course, the county commissioners need to approve a variance. Essentially, you can approve anything in our regulations, cannot approve something that state statute. In the middle of page 2, we have the procedure for a variance. It requires a public hearing and application, and basically, again, the applicant saying how the 4 conditions have been met. Legal description of this property is lot 1 of Harrington Simple Subdivision 210. The ownership is Julie Forconi. We have in figure 1 for your purposes, we do have a sketch plan of what this new subdivision will look like should it be approved. And in figure 2, we have in yellow, we have highlighted the existing gas line. Again, so we do have gas on proposed lot 1 of this new subdivision. Gas has not been stubbed yet to proposed lot 2 or lot 3. Legal notices, this is a public hearing. Legal notices were in the Powell Tribune on July 5th and July 12th of this year. On July 1st, we sent that certified notice out to neighboring property owners. We shared the staff report with you and with the agency prior to today. We did notify several agencies. We did get 1 response back from Public Works. No comments or concerns. Madam Chair, we've had no public comments regarding this variance request. The approval standards, as I mentioned before, the applicant and her representative submitted their responses to those. The first condition for a variance request approval is there are special conditions or circumstances which are peculiar to the land, building, or structure of which a variance is sought and do not apply generally to land or buildings in the neighborhood and have not resulted from any act of the applicant subsequent to the adoption of the regulations. So we summarized the applicant's response to this first condition. She said the existing house on proposed lot 3 is currently connected to propane. And again, proposed lot 3, you might remember, is where several years ago you approved the special use permit for a group home. So that lot does have propane. And she said it would be costly to convert propane to natural gas. Our response is, in part, there are special circumstances or conditions which are peculiar to the land for which the variance is sought. So what we tried to do, we tried to parse out. We said proposed lot 2, which is that middle lot, really doesn't have any special circumstances or conditions because it does not have propane. We argue that lot 3 does have special circumstances, again, because it does have propane. The second condition which must be met is circumstances or conditions are such that the application of our regulations would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of in this case, the land. Ms. Forconi's response is, again, because propane is on proposed lot 3, she feels this option is in harmony. And propane is also used in surrounding areas. She feels that the strict application of our regulations to have natural gas to each lot line would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land. Our response is really there are no circumstances or conditions that would deprive the applicant of the use of the land should we follow our regulations. We said, obviously, there are other uses of the land other than subdividing. And even if you do approve her subdivision request, of course, she could always choose to have natural gas stub to each lot line. Number 3, granting of the variance is necessary for the reasonable use thereof. Again, the applicant's response is she feels the variance is reasonable use for that natural gas alternative. Again, we said the variance is really, we feel, not necessary for the reasonable use of the land. Number 4, granting of the variance is in harmony with the general purposes, intent, of the regulations, would not compromise integrity of the land use plan, and would not be injurious to any neighboring, any neighbors or any neighboring property owners. Applicant said the variance is in harmony with the intent of the regulations and would not compromise integrity of the land use plan. Our response is, granting of the variance appears to be in harmony with the general purposes, intent of the regulations, although, Madam Chair, as you know, technically it's not harmony because our regs say got to have natural gas stub to each lot line for a minor. However, we do feel like this variance would not compromise the integrity of the land use plan, and we feel it will not be, granting of this variance would not be injurious to any neighboring property owners. Madam Chair, we have some findings. I guess our point is we understand it makes sense, I think, for the applicant to request this variance. I guess we believe technically that the variance request does not fully meet each of the 4 conditions which are supposed to be met. Madam Chair, we're happy to answer any questions. Should you have any?
Any questions at this time, Commissioners? Commissioner Keel?
Madam Chair, kind of a procedural question, I guess, and I believe I know the answer. Just want to confirm before my thoughts go farther, is that we can approve in part of the variance, but not in entirety, correct? We can modify it in any way we want.
My understanding.
I agree, Madam Chair. Yeah, with this, you certainly can have conditions.
This is a public hearing. Is there any public comment?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm Julie. Hi.
If you would state your full name and then
Julie
if
Perconi.
you'd stand, please, because we really need to hear you and it's hard on the record. Sorry.
Julie Perconi.
Okay.
So back when, hindsight's 2020, obviously, but back when we did this to begin with, and I didn't have to have gas on that very, very back piece. So the whole house was built, everything's done, electric is already to the whole property, the whole shebang. That middle piece, I mean, I know you guys have to follow, the rules, but it's pasture. I'm keeping it, it's my horse pasture. I have no reason to have gas out there. If I ever were to sell it, you could put gas there. It's not that far away, but I have no reason to have gas on that piece of property at all. So that's all I did.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz, Engineering Associates. If, as we go down the road and you approve the Cottonwood Homes minor subdivision, we'll have easements in place to get utilities there because there's already a big easement in place to get the towers already across there. we could have easement in place, but yeah, to run gas that middle lot, we're running about 800 foot of pipe, and to run it to lot 3 would be around 1,100 feet to get gas that, so. Just so you know the distances.
Thank you.
I'm struggling with why we require what type of gas they're gonna use on their property. And that's just where I am in personally.
Commissioner?
Could you repeat how far the distance you're gonna have to run gas to lot 2?
Yes, so currently natural gas runs along County Road 13.
Right.
So it'd be about 800 feet to run it to where the home site would potentially
Right,
be at.
but lot 2.
And then 1,100 feet to get it over to lot 3 total. 1,100 feet to lot 3. total.
Okay, and what was into lot 2 was?
800.
I don't
to the
understand why
home
we're
site.
even discussing the variances. It only applies if it's, well, if you,
Because
Under
it touches
400
the
feet.
Whole parcel of land.
Yeah.
If the gas touches the whole parcel of land, which it touches lot 1 over on the far west side, if it touches that, that's within 400 feet, is how you guys
Yep.
is ruled.
Yeah, that's how.
It's not of each lot, it's of the parcel.
Of the parcel of land.
I'm looking at the plot,
Right,
plat,
right.
and it's showing the gas line.
So it
And then it's
touches the
showing
parcel.
the lot 2 to get to that first lot.
Right.
What are you going like this to get there? Because
No.
it's only 480.
He said to the reasonable home site,
To the whole side.
But that's not required.
Right. the 417
To
feet
the
is
lot line.
required.
Okay, yeah, to the lot line, it's 458 feet.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's the gas line on the parcel that makes it required. Any other public input?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board on the variance request?
Okay, Madam Chair, I agree somewhat with the comment of Lee, you know, the back lot, it's already propane, and who are we to say what type of gas? And because it is already existing, I would agree that the variance should apply to lot 3. However, lot 2, all they're required it to get it to the property line. So if we included lot 2, they'd have to bring it approximately 458 feet. The utility then in the future, depending on whoever builds and where they build, it's their responsibility to take it from there. It's kind of a compromise, in my opinion, to allow, we're holding fast to our rules because they were put in there for a reason. If the gas was available within 400 feet, then, and as a crow flies, I'm guessing that far north side or west side is less than 400. Because if your shortest distance is 458 feet, then this variance doesn't apply at all. Right?
It's
No,
still
it
touching
does.
the west side of the parcel.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why
Yeah.
that 400
So-
feet, it touches that. west side
My
of
point
the
is, if the variance could be denied for lot 2, but not for 3, would be my thoughts.
Okay, I'd like
Right
to ask a question, I
Well, I mean,
guess, of
that's the
our,
recommendation of P and Z.
I'd like to ask a question of staff. And this is just a little bit of my mind history, I guess, thinking about subdivisions and gas lines. I know that we never know when lots are going to be sold after a subdivision's completed. But I also believe that I understand from the gas company that they don't like having dead-end gas lines in the ground that may or may not be used for a long time.
True,
And
yes.
the owner has stated that he doesn't plan on selling this lot. It's a horse pasture. So I don't know how the gas company feels about, and whether they have any feeling in our variance or not, I have no idea. But putting a gas line in the ground to something that may not be used for 30 years as far as a home site, I don't know. I don't know.
But Madam Chair, yeah, my guess is they would not be in favor of that.
Madam Chair, we need to worry about what we have in front of us today, but this is something that needs to be addressed because we got rid of the requirement for Northwest Rural Water. You know, it was in there for years. And this one's a little different in the fact that, again, maybe I don't want to use natural gas. Maybe I prefer propane appliances. So
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was gonna agree with Lee. I mean, that was the exact thing I was gonna say. I do have one quick question. In the event that you were to bring natural gas line into lot 2, would you give a easement across lot 1 or just go around county lane 11.5?
There is an easement.
There will be an easement down lot 1, where the existing road is there on that northwest side.
Right, okay. So, you know, and I don't like a lot of variances. We always find ourselves doing them. And in this particular set of circumstances, this is something that Lee pointed out that needs to be addressed in the future. I know when I first became a commissioner, we were requiring telephone hookups to be, you know, into the property. And now all of a sudden, everybody's using cell phones. So in this set of circumstances, I see no reason why we shouldn't grant the variance.
Second, are you making that as a motion?
I am making that a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, if I understand the motion is to grant the variance for gas service to both lots 2 and 3 as requested.
Yes.
Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, only discussion is gonna be the fact that we do have rules and I understand making exceptions. That's what this is about. And I tend to agree with you. However, I think we definitely need to relook at these rules if we're not going to use
we
them.
do.
And they're basically then maybe not. But this case being within 400 feet, that's where I allow that. It's not that big of an expense.
You know, I totally understand, but I know my place north of town here, I've got a gas line and that's, you know, I had to stove it in. It was already there, thank goodness, because I wouldn't have done it. But I chose not to tap into it,
And that's fine.
you know, which is fine, but I
You
don't.
still have that option. I'm saying the developer, we're making exceptions for a developer, and that's who's gaining this, not the owner. When the owner buys it, they want to go 100% solar off the grid. That's their business.
Well, I totally understand. And when we get over to the next step, if this motion passes, what I'm gonna do, hopefully would get them to put an easement on the final plat across lot 1 in the future. They want to put gas line, but do it. I'm getting out in the weeds here. But in this set of circumstances, I see no reason why we should dictate putting in a gas line to a piece of property, as the applicant just pointed out. We're gonna lay there in the ground dormant for 20 years.
Okay,
The
but
only,
I do have a question about what you just said. If we grant the variance, but we don't require an easement to be in place for a future use, if
Mhm.
the owner so chooses to use natural gas later, how does that work? I mean, it kind of shows on,
There's already an easement.
okay.
there.
Down
I
the
just-
road already.
And that
there's
will
an access
stay there.
utility easement now.
Okay, I just want to be sure that the availability is always there in the future if the owner would decide.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That's why I asked the question,
Okay.
whether he's going across lot 1 or come around.
Okay.
Madam Chair, so if I'm understanding correct, that boundary to the west is road, access road.
Yes.
And the point is that I'm trying to make is you go from that gas line down that road to lot 2. That's on the first. In the future, they gotta go through and possibly tear up that road just to put a gas that 400 feet.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's my point, is it should be the developer expense to get it to the lot line. They don't have to take it to the building site. And I'm in agreement with lot 3. I'm just saying, in the future, if somebody buys this and they say they do want it, well, they gotta tear the entrance road up and that's all their responsibility, when it should be the developer.
Now, you got some decent
So-
points there.
But I would like to see the motion, a variance given to lot 3 and remain under regulations to
Got a
lot 2.
motion on the floor.
Yeah, we got a motion on the floor. If this doesn't pass, you can have at
All right.
Call for the question.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to grant the variance as requested. It is in its entirety, is my understanding. Okay, all those in favor?
All right.
All right. Hey, I just,
Motion.
I'm gonna win. You guys make her go.
He's a wild card.
Boy, I gotta tell you, partner, you always keep us guessing.
Yeah.
Motion passes in case you didn't.
All right, thank you, commissioners.
Then some.
You have to keep it a horse pasture for at least 40 more years,
40
just in,
more? Okay.
just in case I'm reelected. If not, 30 days, yeah, you're good.
Regulation change.
Okay, so with that, we do have a public hearing scheduled for Cottonwood Homes, minor subdivision number 67, sketch plan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this proposal is Julie Forconi. This is in GRP Planning District, planning areas coded power rule. We did receive a minor subdivision application on May 12th of this year, including payment, description of the use, a sketch plan, and a copy notice of intent to subdivide. We did get a revised sketch plan, which you saw in figure 1 on May 18th of this year. The applicant requests approval of this partial vacation and re-subdivision of lot 1 of the Harrington Simple subdivision. It will be a 3-lot subdivision. One lot will be 7.48 acres, one lot will be 5.68 acres, and one lot will be 1.33 acres. This is a minor. Property owner is Ms. Forconi. This is lot 1 of the Harrington Simple subdivision. In figure 2, you see the location of this property relative to essentially Powell and also Highway 14A. It's about 3 miles southwest of Powell. It's the property is on the corner of Road 13 and Lane 11.5. The site characteristics, proposed lot 1 is developed with an existing residence and other outbuildings. Proposed lot 2 is vacant and irrigated land. Proposed lot 3 is developed. It has an existing residence, which is the site of the Forconi group home, that SUP. And shown in figure 3, this property is fairly flat. Neighboring land uses you can see in lot 4, primarily surrounded by ag uses. There is some residential in the area. I mentioned this is in GRP. The lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. Property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. Notice of intent to subdivide was in the paper, Powell Tribune, on May 5th and May 12th. The public hearing notice was in the Powell Tribune also on July 5th and July 12th. We sent the neighboring notices out on July 6th. We shared the staff report with you and with the applicant prior to today. U.S. Postal Service, we have a list of all the agencies we notified, Madam Chair. Of course, we notify other ones too. We have a list here of all the notices we got back. Postal Service can deliver mail. Fire Protection District 1 can provide fire protection. TCT said they can possibly provide wireless service in the area and internet and phone. Rocky Mountain Power responded they have the ability to provide residential service to this subdivision. They noted that rights of way and permits might be required. Park County 1 School District said they could provide bus service. MDU responded. They said to serve lots 2 and 3, a utility easement would be required. Not necessarily the gas service to proposal lots 2 and 3 are no longer required, hence the approval of the variance request. Gas is along proposed lot 1. Park County Weed and Pest responded. They said a long-term noxious weed management plan will be required. Treasurer responded that taxes are current on the property. We did get a response from Public Works. They said that proposed lots will have access from Road 13. Lot 1 does have direct frontage, and it does have frontage along Lane 11.5. Proposed lots 2 and 3 are intended to be served by a 40-foot access and utility easement. There is an access easement currently serving proposed lot 13 from Road 13, again, because there is a house on proposed lot 3 with the group home. Public Works said the proposed 40-foot access and utility easement, they said is not sufficient. However, due to existing infrastructure, Public Works recommends that the proposed access for lots 2 and 3 be approved as a 40-foot wide access and utility easement, which our understanding is that currently exists. With the understanding that no further development of these lots can be served by this access because Public Works would like to have it be 60 foot, should that be the case. Public Works said access will not be required to be a named road, and they're considering it to be a shared driveway, again, coming from Road 13. A right-of-way permit will not be required. I believe there already is one. And construction plans and details of the shared driveway are not required to be submitted to Public Works. We did get a response from the Conservation District. They found 4 soil types. Shown Irrigation District responded in an email that they will be getting a draft water distribution plan. Shoshone has not submitted a response. I don't know whether or not they've received a draft water distribution plan yet, Madam Chair. Game and Fish did not provide a response. We've not received any public comments. There was a pre-application meeting that occurred on April 7th of this year. We did get a title report that had a date of April 19th of this year. There are no new roads that are going to be proposed for the subdivision, so that kind of a road agreement is not necessary. Solid waste can be provided by private companies. Rocky Mountain Power provides electricity, and currently electricity is adjacent to each lot. MDU has the capacity to provide natural gas. I believe it does currently provide service to Lot 1. I know it is stubbed to Lot 1. Oh, now that requirement is moot. We know of no hazards on any of these proposed lots. Madam Chair, I should have said it before, but in terms of the weed management plan, we do have a approved plan. So the weed plan has been approved. Sketch plan you saw. Water requirements, wastewater requirements, percolation test results were collected on proposed Lot 2. Those perk rates range from 5 to 10 minutes per inch. We didn't ask for the subsurface evaluation, in this case on 2 lots, because proposed Lot 1 and Lot 3 currently have septic systems. So we just asked for information on Lot 2. On Lot 2, an excavation cut was made in May to 10 feet. No groundwater or other impervious layers were discovered. We did receive a domestic water result test that occurred from 1139 Road 13, and I believe that is on the house, or came from the house on proposed Lot 3. That sample indicated there was no bacteria, no E. coli or coliform was detected. Lead was not detected. Arsenic was detected at a level of 0.003 parts per million, which is below that contaminant level, although there is some, but it was below the contaminant level. Nitrogen was detected at 2. Again, that was below the contaminant level of 10 parts per million. TDS, we don't have it in the staff report, but the TDS level was at 375. That is below that satisfactory level of below 500. And of course, that TDS is a secondary water standard. It basically results in possibly cloudy water or an odor to the water. And I believe, Madam Chair, I believe the applicant is planning for wells, should this be approved. In terms of ag impacts, as I mentioned, proposed lots 1 and 3 are currently developed. Lot 2 is currently irrigated, but it's essentially unproductive ground, according to the applicant. The applicant has indicated to us that we don't believe there'll be any changes should the subdivision be approved that will negatively impact ag uses. And the applicant, of course, lives on this property. She knows that there's ag uses around her, but she doesn't anticipate there'll be any further weed disturbances, pest problems, litter problems, or domestic pets harassing wildlife. And irrigation facilities ditches are shown on the sketch plan. Of course, they will have to be shown on the final plat. This parcel is in an ag overlay district, and summarizing, my understanding of a reg says that gives you, the commissioners, an opportunity, should you choose, to recommend changes to the subdivision if you think the subdivision might impact ag, or if ag might impact the subdivision. But it is in an ag overlay district. We mentioned, or I mentioned utilities. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the sketch plan on June 15th of this year. They had some conditions they recommend. Number 2 was an approved weed management plan. That has been met. Another condition was a response from the Shoshone Irrigation District. That condition has not been met. Madam Chair, we have findings, and if you decide to approve, we have some, and we recommend approval of this subdivision. And if you do approve, we have some conditions that we're recommending. Madam Chair, I will say if you do approve this, one of our conditions, which was 2, was about the weed plan. Of course, that is no longer appropriate. And number 6 was if you approve the subdivision, a subdivision improvements agreement addressing a number of things, including gas. And of course, natural gas now is not needed. So I believe that maybe a subdivision improvements agreement would no longer even be necessary without natural gas. I believe that's true. We're happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Madam Chair, I have a question on number 4, a definition of development within the subdivision. What constitutes development? At which time they have to widen the road 20 feet.
Isn't that a breakup of the lots?
Yes, and Commissioner Teal, I'm sorry. Commissioner Teal, Madam Chair, that was a public works condition. My understanding was, should the lots be further subdivided?
Not whether somebody builds a house on lot 2.
That's my understanding.
Well, I would. Okay.
Clarify.
No, that's good. I guess
Let's see where you.
the way I read it, it could, that the entire expense could fall to whoever owns a lot or builds a house on lot 2. If it ever happens, or a barn.
Yep.
Development,
Yeah.
the word development.
And Madam Chair, I know you know this, and Commissioner Teal, but should you approve that, you might want that condition to be reworded.
Okay.
I would think so, just for the further, you may someday sell all 3 and then all of a sudden whoever buys and reads this on the plat that you no longer own it as a developer, but it all falls to the person who wants to build a house. He has to widen the entire road.
I don't think that was the intent. I think it's further breakup of the lots.
I agree.
or Further traffic.
That's fine.
Okay.
Clarify it.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so is there any public comment?
Madam Chair, Cody Shots with Engineering Associates. Since we last put in this packet, the PNC, we have got Shoshone Irrigation District approval on our water distribution plan. My understanding is that they should have it signed this week. So if you do approve this sketch plan, when we move to a final plat, you'll have that in the packet. Thank you. Everything else is covered under discussion. So.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
I'm sure I'm going to close public hearing.
Second.
So moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public hearing is closed. It's the desire of the board.
Question.
Yes, sir.
As I talked about when we were going through the variance request. Now that the variance has been granted on the final plat, are you going to go ahead and give a utilities easement through lot 1 to service lot 2, and then from lot 2 to lot 3 in the event in the future somebody wants to put gas in?
Yes, currently there is a 40-foot access and utility easement across lot 1, and that'll continue to stay. And we'll redefine it on the final plat that says that.
Okay.
So that they can get through there. And then, we'll be cleaning up an access. You still have to have access across lot 2 to get to lot 3. So that will continue along with the utility and access across that road.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that's part of that's in condition 1 of the. So I'm going to take a stab. Move to approve the sketch plan with the modification of condition 4. Instead of saying further development within the subdivision, further lot split splitting of lots within the subdivision? Is that acceptable wording?
Or just
Kim?
further subdivision.
Yeah.
Or further subdivision.
And then also throwing out condition 2 and 6. All of, that's ones Kim mentioned that have already been taken care of. Clear as mud.
Well, no, I mean, I just say the condition still exists, but it has been met.
Yes.
Because we have other conditions that
Oh,
have
okay.
been met.
Okay,
You see what I'm saying?
yeah, I do.
It isn't gonna matter in the long run.
So leave them, well, then the only modification then would be the condition 4.
Okay.
Change it from development within the subdivision to further splitting of lots within the subdivision.
Or further subdividing. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, leave condition 2 and condition 6.
I think for now, they're not gonna be a negative. I mean, that's my take.
That's fine.
They're not gonna hurt anything because they're already addressed.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion.
No second.
Oh, yeah, well, I was second. Oh, second.
Okay.
I
Okay.
stumbling right along.
A motion and a second to approve the Cottonwood Homes minor subdivision number 67 sketch plan with a modification to condition number 4 as stated. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank
you
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm, Don't come back again.
very
back.
We're on break till 10:45, so you got
Okay.
10 minutes.
Duck in, I'll just work real quick.
Okay. Okay. Have you guys heard anything from the applicant? Do we know if they're coming? We don't know.
I don't know. It's likely Scott Lewis is the surveyor.
Or Brian. Okay. Well, we're at 10:45. This is not a public hearing. It is Buck Creek Estates subdivision improvements agreement and final plat. Kim.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Buck Creek Development LLC. The zoning is GRP. The planning area is Cody Powell Rural. We did receive the final plat application on April 13th of this year, along with additional material. Received on April 28th. We did receive a revised final plat on July 11th. And then the latest draft of the subdivision improvements agreement was received on May 18th and revised construction drawings on June 29th, all of this year. And as you saw, that subdivision improvement agreement addresses irrigation, utilities, the roads and signs. The applicant requests approval of what will be a 23 lot major subdivision. The lot sizes range from just over 4 acres to about 8.3 acres, each designated for residential and possibly agricultural use. Currently, this is 2 separate parcels. Parcel 1 is the west parcel owned by the Bushes. Parcel 2 is the east parcel owned by Buck Creek Development. So we have the legal description at the bottom of page 1 of our staff report. Currently, these together are just over 129 acres. And you see in figures 1 and 2, you see the final plat. The location of this property is shown in figure 3. It's about halfway between Cody and Powell. It's just on the east side of Highway 14A. It's about 2.5 miles southwest of the intersection of Highway 294 and Highway 14A, about 9.5 miles northeast of Cody. We did classify this as a major subdivision because it's more than 5 proposed lots. You can see in figure 4 the neighboring land uses. This property is surrounded by kind of a mixture of agricultural and residential, mostly agricultural. And currently these parcels are used for ag production. There is some slope to this property down in elevation, primarily from west northwest to east southeast. Buck Creek is on the southern border of this property. There is an irrigation canal on the east side of the property, and part of the southern portion of this proposed subdivision is in a floodplain. And as you can see in figure 4, that yellow shading, that's all ag overlay. So most of this property is in an ag overlay district. Property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. Of course, a public hearing is not required for final plat review. Madam Chair, we've not received any public comments since the preliminary plat was reviewed by all of you. And the Board of County Commissioners reviewed and approved the preliminary plat on March 1st of this year. Resolution 2022-25, number of conditions. We have those listed on page 6. Number 3 was the applicant shall provide a subdivision improvements agreement. That condition has been met. You had a chance to see that. Number 4 was the applicant shall comply with recommendations of DEQ regarding notes to go on the final plat. That condition has been met. Number 5 was a note on the final plat regarding floodplain development permit being required should any development occur in the floodplain. That condition has been met. Number 6 was the condition of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act being on the final plat. That condition has been met. Number 7, your condition was a note on the final plat talking about property owners not having any rights to flow of of streams or rivers, and that condition has been met. Final plat review committee reviewed the final plat on April 27th. There were some corrections and changes that needed to be made. Then we received the revised final plat on July 11th, and you saw that associated with the staff report. County engineer has looked at several drafts of the construction drawings. County engineer gave final approval on July 6th of this year. Of course, we have in the middle of page 7, we have submissions for final plat review. Of course, you got to have the final plat, supporting documents. We do have draft covenants, and we do have copies of a draft homeowners association bylaws. And of course, you have seen the subdivision improvements agreement that has been looked at, approved by Joy, our planning director, Public Works, the county engineer, and the county attorney. Madam Chair, we have staff findings. We recommend approval of both the subdivision improvements agreement for this major subdivision as well as the final plat. We have some conditions we're recommending. We're happy to answer any questions. And Madam Chair, just a reminder, if you see fit to approve these, we'd recommend a separate motion for the SIA and the final plat, but we feel one resolution is sufficient. And again, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Which goes first, the approval of the final plat or the SIA?
We've always had the SIA go first.
That's what I thought, okay.
I don't know that it matters, but that's what we've done.
Okay, well, I got another quick question. Under staff recommendations, number 5, will you define timely for me? I know that's boilerplate language we have in there. So on something this big, I want to know what timely is. 10 years, 20 years, you know.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tilden, and you said timely in condition 5, correct?
Right. I'm just, wondering if a project this big, if we need to define timely.
Agreed.
Yeah, of course, it has to be, the terms have to be approved before the subdivision can be finalized,
Right.
before the final plat, can be the Mylar can be recorded, provide you approve today. To answer you, I'm not sure what timely would be. I assume this developer will do this soon, but I don't know that.
But I mean, things happen.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, I'm trying to think if there's a timeline for the final plat application, if that maybe would become void at some time.
But no lots can be sold. No lots could be sold before the final plat is signed and recorded. And that can't happen until all the improvements are done, correct?
Well, yes, the lots cannot be sold until all the improvements are done.
Yes, sir.
So the SIA gets in terms of how long the construction they have to get done. So they have 18 months to complete those improvements.
Okay,
If
that's
they do
what I
So
not,
it's in the SIA.
then they have not fulfilled the SIA requirements.
So I guess with that, I would ask why under the conditions, instead of the word timely, we don't put 18 months.
Well, that is timely. Timely would be 18 months.
But timely is a kind of a generic word is what we're saying, and we were kind of looking for a definite, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to define it.
Right.
A project this big.
I would just say according to the terms of the SIA,
Okay.
Okay,
because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
all right.
Because it starts when that SIA is recorded. So it's 18 months from then,
So we could change that wording to say according to the SIA.
just according to the SIA.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Joyce.
okay, I guess, Madam Chairman, I'll go ahead and make a motion, we approve the SIA for Buck Creek Estate.
Madam Chair, I'll second, but do you want to change that condition? Or is that?
Well, it's
That's
already in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's in the SIA.
oh, it's in the, yes, we got it.
Final plat.
All right, I'll second.
Okay, have a motion and a second to approve the SIA as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. The second portion of this then is the final plat.
Madam Chair, I'll move we approve the final plat for Buck Creek Estates. And I guess we can leave the word timely in there because it's defined in the SIA.
In the future, we can change it.
Have a second for the motion?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the final plat of Creek Estates. Any further discussion? Yes,
Madam Chair, I just wanted to be noted that I was not in favor of this subdivision to begin with, and I voted against the preliminary plat, but they did fill all the conditions, so I feel that they've done their part for the final, and there's no, that is why I am going to vote aye as approval, because of we asked them to do what they did, and they did it, and but I still don't like the overall subdivision and where it's at. But that's water under the bridge.
water's a key term here. so.
Yep.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve Buck Creek Estates final plat as presented?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you, commissioners.
71.
Thank you, Colleen.
As soon as you're ready, Kim, because it's not a public hearing either.
This is surveyor.
That was.
Was it
I did.
Scott? Oh,
Oh, was it Scott?
Oh, probably. We can give it a minute.
Hey, Scott. Scott?
Wesley got hit pretty bad and says rip or
maybe Ty's
Jimmy Bowles.
Are you sitting in for Scott? Okay, we'll find out. You're here. You're here. That's what matters.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is for your consideration, this is approval of the subdivision improvement agreement and final plat for the Graceland minor subdivision. And again, yeah, as you know, this is not a public hearing. So the applicant is Grace Incorporated. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is Powell. We did receive the final plat application on May 3rd of this year. And then we received a revised final plat on June 20th. And you see that in figure 1 or saw that in figure 1. And we also received the final draft of the SIA on June 20th. And the county attorney's office granted approval of the SIA on July 6th. The applicant requests approval of what will be a 5-lot subdivision, 1 lot of 3.93 acres, 1 lot of just over 3 acres, 1 lot of 6.95 acres, 1 lot of 7.33 acres, and 1 lot of 7.13 acres. All will be for residential use. The applicant also requests that you approve the SIA. And this is a build SIA. It addresses utility, irrigation, and other improvements. We have classified this as a minor subdivision, which is not more than 5 lots. This happens to be 5 lots. And again, you saw in figure 1, you saw a copy of that final plat showing the 5-lot subdivision. Location. You can see that in figure 2. It's located approximately 2 miles south of Powell. It's approximately a ½ mile west of Highway 295. It's just on the south side of County Lane 11.5. And I mentioned this is in the GRP zoning district, and the lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. Neighboring land uses are shown in figure 3. They're also, like a lot of property, neighboring land uses are a combination of agricultural and residential. This property is currently in ag use. There's some ag uses to the northwest and west and southwest, subdivisions north and to the east. In terms of site characteristic, as I mentioned, this property is in ag. It's currently vacant and irrigated. And in figure 4, it shows that the property is relatively flat. This property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. Public hearing is not required for final plat review. We've not received any public comments. Board of County Commissioners reviewed the sketch plan on April 19th, approved with the conditions noted in Resolution 2022-36. I'll just comment on some of those conditions, Madam Chair. So number 2 condition was the applicant provide legal access to lots 1 and or lot 2 from the existing shared driveway west of this property. That condition has been met. There is a recorded easement that was in this packet. We shared it with you. It came from the Gillettes. That easement was 30 feet. However, the applicant also, and this is shown on this final plat, the applicant is providing an easement of 15 feet on the west side of this property for access. I believe it's primarily for access, but whoever will use that shared drive. And that shared drive has a name, it's called Cope Trail. The 3rd condition was that the applicant shall submit to Public Works 3 potential names. A name has been provided, Cope Trail. Condition number 4 was the applicant provide to our department a road maintenance agreement. That condition, Madam Chair, has been partially met. We do have that road maintenance agreement. There's some changes, I guess, some modifications to it that need to be met. And that hasn't been completely sorted out yet, but we are, and with, I believe, Public Works working on those modifications to that road maintenance agreement. Essentially, a revision needs to be finalized. And along with that, there is currently a note showing on the final plat talking about proposed lot 2 of this subdivision participating in that road maintenance agreement. That note either might be changed or I believe it might be completely taken off of the final plat. Is that your recommendation? Okay, so there's some adjustments that need to be made to that road maintenance agreement, Madam Chair. Number 6 was the applicant had to submit a subdivision improvement agreement to us for approval. That condition has been met. Number 7 was the applicant would need to show a buried tile drain on the final plat. That condition has been met. Number 8 was the applicant shall place a note on the final plat about water wells. That condition has been met. Number 9 was a condition regarding the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. That condition has been met. Number 10 was a condition on the final plat talking about access for use and improvements intended to serve the lot to the subdivision shall meet Public Works standards. That condition has also been met. Plat Review Committee reviewed this final plat on May 19th. There were some corrections that were identified. We did get a corrected version, a revised version on June 20th. That's what you saw on that final plat. On page 8, submissions for final plat review, of course, copies of the final plat, supporting documents. Applicant has submitted supporting documents. Subdivision improvements agreement, that has been submitted. Of course, we're in final plat review now. Madam Chair, we do have some findings. Our recommendation is that you approve this final plat for Graceland Minor, and you approve the subdivision improvements agreement. We do have some recommendations. Again, we recommend not only approving both of these things, but a separate approval for the SIA and the final plat, however, one resolution. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions, Commissioner?
This is the final plat, right? So I'm trying to figure out if there are modifications and revised conditions, we'll never see them again.
So in regard to that road maintenance agreement, that will be of course, a document that will be approved and will have to be recorded.
Approved by who?
We will look at that. And the county attorney will, but I don't believe that's anything that you ever approve regardless, just like covenants and HOAs. But yeah, that road maintenance agreement is currently being revised. Now, as far as that lot 2 note on the final plat,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that may be modified and it may come off of the final plat.
Yes.
Maybe considered a minor change.
Maybe
Yes, Madam
possibly.
Chair, I don't expect lot 2 note to come off the plat. I
Okay.
expect it to change.
Change.
potentially.
Okay.
Further, anytime there's a minor adjustment to the plat, I am able to sign off on that. But if anything major were to occur during the construction process or something like that, we would bring the plat back to you for review. If you want to see the road maintenance agreement as part of your approval, then you could certainly state that, and then we would bring it back before you, before the plat can be recorded. That is an option. We have not really had this issue before. This is coming as a result of people having conflict with road agreements and irrigation agreements. And so we are having these reviewed very carefully by the county attorney's office now. So.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move that we approve the subdivision improvement agreement for Graceland.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the subdivision improvements agreement as presented for Graceland minor sub number 64. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Okay. Motion passes. What's your pleasure on the final
Madam
plat?
Chair, I'll move we approve the final plat for Graceland.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the final plat for Graceland as presented. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, could you please have the conditions read into the record?
I didn't hear that.
Could we have the conditions read into the record? I can do that. The conditions are within the motion.
Yeah,
Normal.
that's fine with me.
Okay. So the motion would be to approve Graceland minor sub number 64 final plat with the following conditions. The applicant shall record a 15-foot easement along the west side of the property to serve all properties utilizing the shared drive, Cope Trail, parentheses, and note the recording number on the final plat. Number 2, the applicant shall provide a corrected revised road maintenance agreement to the Planning and Zoning Department according to those changes requested by Public Works and the County Attorney's Office for review and approval by the Public Works and the County Attorney's Office prior to recordation of the final plat. Number 3, the applicant shall place, modify any conditions or notes related to the requirements of Lot 2 to participate in the road maintenance agreement as required by Public Works and/or the County Attorney's Office. Number 4, the following approval of the subdivision improvements agreement, the applicant shall record the document in the office of the Park County Clerk, which will constitute permission for the applicant to proceed with construction of the improvements. Number 5, following recordation, the applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvement agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 6, after the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met, the applicants are notified of such by the Planning and Zoning Director. The applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be reviewed and signed by the Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. Number 7, once the final plat is signed by the Board Chairman and the terms of the road maintenance agreement are approved, the applicants, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record all required final plat submissions, parentheses, including but not limited to the final plat covenants, homeowners association agreement, water distribution plan, long-term noxious weed management plan, notarized disclosure statement, and irrigation plan, and parentheses, in office of the county clerk and recorder, parentheses, this will constitute release of the lots in the development for sale, end parentheses. And finally, condition number 8, the applicants shall otherwise comply with the standards of the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth by Wyoming Statute 185306.
Good job.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, I just want to say, I'm in favor of going along with this, but I would like to see them more complete. All I's dotted, T's crossed when they get here, not leaving some open for modification, discussion.
And Commissioner Teal, if I may, this particular applicant has been pushing us and is not happy with the delays on the project because of these reviews. And so we're trying to essentially allow them to continue with their improvements so that they can get that done while we get the remaining piece of the road. But again, we're not gonna let them record that plat until that maintenance agreement.
And I see that in the conditions, but I'm just saying it leaves a lot to be interpreted later.
I understand.
Could you repeat those conditions?
No. Okay, any further discussion on? Okay. Yes, sir.
I just,
If you'd state your name, please, for the record.
My name is Ty Whitlock with Grace Incorporated. Part of the, just to speak a little bit about the road maintenance agreement and the difficulties that we're having there, is that this development is in conjunction with another development that is affecting all of these things. And so my road maintenance agreement basically has to coordinate and be part of the Gillette subdivision road maintenance agreement. So he's got I've got one person, I have one lot that needs to be part of that road maintenance agreement, and I have to coordinate with him for 6 of his lots. So that's kind of the difficulty with this road maintenance agreement that I am having to be a part of. And that's what's making it more difficult. So just wanted to state that and speak to that. It's kind of a coordination thing so that we're not doing, that I don't have to do a road maintenance agreement once and then come back in 30 days or whenever Gillette subdivision goes through and do a whole nother road maintenance agreement and get in on that one.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as read, presented?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you. 72.
Ticking right along.
Kim, Jennifer, thank you. Good job.
Is it just me or we've never had anything?
Not quite that tied together. Because of that, I understand that, but it's still. No. But
Mr. Hammer, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good.
you guys can just come on up to the table. We're good.
My name's Thomas, and I feel such a
I think we're close enough. We can keep moving forward. Brian Edwards. With Public Works, joint ARPA grant with the city of Cody regarding the sewer ponds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, we've been working the last several months with staff, with City of Cody, working towards a combined facility at the City of Cody wastewater treatment facility. Ultimately, to try to combine the two facilities, close out and remediate the county's dated near or at capacity facility. So we have an opportunity with the ARPA funding to submit an application for a grant. And the minimum match on that is 15%. with, which you get, it's a point system, very competitive. And so we're talking about a $4 million project, which includes the reclamation of the county's facility, includes all the engineering and things. And the costs, of course, have gone up since last time we came in and talked to you last year about this whole concept. But anyway, very competitive ranking process with points. The fact that we're regionalizing and combining facility gets us points. That we're doing a joint application with the city will score very well. But basically, the more you match, the better chances you have of getting this. So we've kind of gone through the math. If we don't get this, the next option is that clean water SRF. That's a 50-50. So putting a little bit up front will be actually end up costing the county less, and works out to be, there's no loan. There'd be no principal forgiveness on this, as opposed to if we do the clean water SRF, City of Cody would end up taking on a long-term loan debt service. So we really think this is a good way to go. Our options are, so with the 15% match, that'd be $600,000 by the county. With the 16% match, which is just a point above, that gets us 1 point. So at 15%, we get no points. So that's a minimum match. But if we do 16%, that's 1 point, and the county would cough up $640,000. If we do 26%, that's 2 points. The county would cough up $1,040,000. The other thing to think about here is in doing this helps keep the rates this is for rural unincorporated Park County, keeps the rates down about where they're at now, $65 per thousand gallons. And that very competitive. I wrote down some other rates like Laurel's at 40 per thousand, Billings is at 54 per thousand, Washakie County's 60, Gillette's at 60. So we're kind of right in there. If we end up going where we have to have some debt service, that rate goes up to $90 per thousand. So we start pricing ourselves out of the market. So the other thing I wanted you to think about, I'm hoping, I guess our staff request or recommendation, and our team that's working on this with City of Cody, Philip Bowman, and then the guys over at EA, we've been working on this quite a bit. If the county would be willing to go the 26% match, that's $1 million. And I know that's a lot of money. Keep in mind, once that facility's reclaimed, the county facility, I don't know what the market value of that is, 20 acres, a little over 20 acres. It's from just outside the city. I think for like a multifamily or something that you get water sewer in there, I think it could be, you could make up a lot of this money, get it back, would be my suggestion. So anyway, any questions?
One point of clarification, what we're talking about is the use on the county lagoons has been for county landowners with septic systems and forest cabins and forest service, portable bathrooms, those types of things all deliver to these county lagoons at this time. There's a better opportunity for maintenance and future treatment and things by joining this with the city, and they already have sewer lagoons to accept this.
That is correct. And I'll also add, I think everybody knows we're actually exceeding capacity now with the people moving into the county. We've watched the rates go up. So we're now planning on 2.5 million, that based on last year's numbers, gallons per year. And we're past that point of the next time we have to move lagoons, we may have to operate them both, and you can't, so we're just a matter of years from not being able to operate that facility without expanding it.
Commissioner Teal?
Madam Chair, I'd like to just state that if we're not awarded the grant, it's not going to cost us $1 million. So kicking in an extra 400,000 to give us our very best chance of getting this done, to me, makes the most sense. My question to Brian is, of our contribution in, as you mentioned, the reclamation, can that be as part of match in kind? If it costs the county couple $100,000 to reclaim that, does that go towards that, or does this have to be cash up front?
This has to be cash up front. I don't believe they would allow any in kind on this. Ben, did you remember seeing that? But it has to be into that project amount. I think once we got into it in the application, maybe there's an opportunity to recoup that. I know we did some of that on some other things with them. But it's included in the price for a third party to reclaim
It
it.
is, but if we chose to use, because a lot of it's gonna have to be just hauled.
Yeah,
to
it's
the
just dirt.
landfill, we use it and we do that anyway, so.
Yeah,
We
it's
just,
the dirt
you know,
work
part of
job.
that reclamation, it'd be nice if we could write that off.
Yeah.
As opposed to a third party, but either way, I'm in favor of going forward.
Yeah, I think it's a commitment of cash up front. I think once we get into this, there might be opportunities to save more money that way.
Just have one quick question. You talked about the time frame with this one being due, of course. And then you talked about the fall with the SRF. Will you have an answer from this one before the SRF application would have to be due?
It's gonna be real close. In fact, we ran through it. I think the timing with it, I mean, unless we had the other application ready to go, which would be tough, we're probably gonna have to wait until that first quarter.
Okay.
And you can't, at first we were going into this thinking we'd apply for both.
Right.
And piggyback the two together, but you have to do this or the other.
Okay.
And if you fell on this, then we'd have a decent chance of the clean water
But it
SRF.
would be next.
It'd probably be first quarter. It'd be very difficult for us to get it in
Thank you.
by
Commissioner
the
Tilden?
October meeting.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a comment, since I've been a commissioner, we started out and we've had the sewer lagoons. Obviously, there was a need for them years ago when they first started, and we didn't even charge a fee, and then we charged a fee. So this thing has evolved over a short period of time, and now it's become a crisis for us. And so I think this is a unique opportunity for us to take care of a lot of problems that we have. With that being said, I'll make the motion that we go ahead and approve the grant application for the full 2 points match at 26%.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the request at the 26%, which, if I understand it right, is 1,040,000.
Yeah, 1,040,000, correct. Then you're
Any-
filling it.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Vote in favor.
Onward. And just so you know, I guess the timing, Commissioner Tilden and I will probably go to a work session here the end of this month with next week. I think it is with the city of Cody. And the idea is that they have to pass a resolution as well, because we'll be co-applicants on this. And by the way, I guess there is a resolution. I'll read that real quick. A resolution for septic receiving and treatment facility at the city of Cody wastewater treatment facility to receive septic waste from unincorporated Park County. This is a joint application with the city of Cody to replace the county's aging sewer lagoons while combining operations with the city of Cody wastewater treatment facility to be upgraded. Includes reclamation of existing county facility. You have a resolution number on that? or something?
2373.
Thank you.
And Brian, if you would, just send me an email or.
I will. I will sure do that. July 27th.
I will say.
It's just a matter of stubbornness now. Yeah, we need this. Chair, thank you.
So it is the 22nd, 26th.
26th is the.
26th is the work session, 22nd.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We have a few minutes and then we will be going into some interviews for board positions. And that's kind of the rest of the day for us.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, how many spots are open for library and are they specific in districts?
Yes, they are. On the library board, we have one for Cody,
One Cody?
one Powell, and one Matisse that we are looking for. A couple of those are fulfilling existing terms. The Matisse one is brand new. The other person decided not to renew their.
One Cody, one Powell, one Batista.
Yes.
And in the past, I believe if we had no applicants, I don't know, we have,
We're okay on applicants.
we are
We have some from each area.
in museum.
Museum board, there's only one, that's Dakota's position. I think that was at large. Dakota's is at large for the museum. And then we do have one for the Historic Preservation Board, and that is at large.
And that's what,
I think those are all. At large. Do you want to check that? Okay.
and there's one spot for that.
And that was also Dakota Russell. We had that position before he left.
So we have two applicants.
He was on both. We have what?
Two applicants for that.
For the historic? No, there's only one for the Historic Preservation Board, I think.
Wendy Cohen here.
Oh, she applied for both. That's right. Okay. Pat, if you'd like to come on up, Pat, we can go ahead and get started. It's not specific time oriented, so we're good.
Good morning, all.
One Pat.
Just to clarify, I moved into Cody from the Powell district. So I'm now a Cody resident and felt that under the circumstances of our building a library in Powell, that Powell should have a resident representative. So I resigned my seat as a Powell representative, and I'm applying for a seat as a Cody representative. And I'm not sure that makes a whole lot of difference since it's the commission that decides who's going to represent what. But I thought you should have the opportunity in any event to decide how to do this. I think all of you know me, but if you have questions about why I'm doing this, it's because I want to see this project over in Powell through to completion. I also very strongly want to see Powell continue to be as invested in the project as it has been in the past. And I think that means having someone from Powell on the board. I mean, another someone from Powell, because of course we have one. So any questions that you have for me, I'd be happy to answer. This is, maybe you'd like to talk about the new library. Maybe you'd like to talk about other library board business, although I suspect probably not. However, I won't second guess you. So I'm here to answer questions.
I don't think we have too many, at least I don't, after going to the meetings with you for the last couple of years. I don't have any procedural questions, I guess, about whether you've served on boards or done that type of thing. We all know that, and there's a long history of that. So unless the commissioners have any other questions, maybe you could just tell us exactly where we're at with the consultant. I know this has been a long haul, longer than we anticipated.
Much longer than anticipated. I remember doing a timeline back in 2016 that put us pretty much having a cap tax by 2020 for sure. So it hasn't quite worked out the way we wanted, but on the other hand, we didn't anticipate COVID and quite a few other developments along the way. We've adapted, I think, very well to all of this. We've raised money, we've used money we have in hand to, with your approval, pay for an architect. That process too has taken much longer than we thought, but we finally have an agreement with the architect on a library footprint. that incorporates all of the desires that the people of Powell have expressed in our various focus groups over the years. To a greater or lesser extent. Some of the things are greater that we have in the footprint, some are lesser, but they're all there. I think the Friends may not be terribly happy with well, I know they're not terribly happy, but they're satisfied that they keep the space they currently have in the lower level as their storage room and day-to-day facility if they so wish. And they get a kiosk in the library, something along the lines of what you see in an airport terminal down the center concourses, that kind of a kiosk which will be adjacent to the meeting room and will be able to be open in the evening when people are having functions if the Friends desire to sell books at that time. So it has its advantages. The footprint has a good sized teen library that is accessible only through the library, except in emergency. Of course, we have emergency exits, which means that the kids, as they're coming and going, will be monitored even if there isn't a librarian within the teen space. The children and the teens are in the upstairs part of the new addition to the library. Accessible by a very nice, inviting, wide staircase with shallow steps, as well as a new elevator. The new elevator will go all the way to the lower level and be a replacement for the current elevator, which is non-compliant to ADA. So we're getting in this footprint a usable space for parents. We have a parents' corner in the new children's libraries. It's going to be, Cody obviously was our model for that since it has been such a stunning success in the Cody community. So the rest of the library is pretty much like you see libraries anywhere, with a well-positioned central desk as you come through the door. It should be, best of all, manageable in when we have to by 2 librarians. The space has been well designed so that we don't want to just have 2 librarians. Let me stress that and underscore it a whole bunch of times. But if we have to, we can manage that library with 2 librarians. And of course, COVID taught us a great deal about managing libraries and what we have to do when we have various kinds of crises. So that's a very broad. Oh, we also have the meeting room is going to be splendid. It will be not as large as the Cody one, but close. And it will have good storage. We'll have for chairs. It will be, we'll be able to divide it into multiple spaces if we need to. We already have the partitions to do that, should that become necessary. We also have 2 small meeting rooms along the lines of the ones in the Cody Library. So that's an overview.
So exciting.
You're yawning as you said
Yeah,
that.
I know. 'Cause I'm just still.
Yeah, we're just waiting on,
It's my monotone that did it. I put you to sleep.
we're just waiting on those final plans and of course with that an estimated cost so that we can move forward with what needs to be done on fundraising or whatever. That's the next step. So.
Yeah, and I should have covered that. We have asked the architect to have the plans and a basic cost to us by this next board meeting, which is next week. We're holding our breath on that because they weren't really enthusiastic about getting it to us by then. But there are funds, as you know, I think, available at the state library that are up for grabs, some $12 million, I understand. There are other libraries in the state who have are looking at that with great envious eyes, as are we. So we wanted to get our planning in with cost estimates as soon as possible. And that is our goal right now, is to try and persuade the state library that this would be an excellent use of their money. Let's see. And any help you guys can give us would be wonderful.
We'll get to that at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Anything else for Pat?
Madam Chair, I have a question, not really a question, Pat. I'm going to ask all applicants at the library, and it's more of a statement, and I'd like your reaction. And first, I want to say that it's not that I don't believe the libraries are very important to the county. The library department is very expensive part of our budget, to the tune of almost $2 million. It is the most expensive per capita of employee, to the tune of just over $73,000 with benefits per full-time employee. How do I justify that as the watcher of the budget?
I have a great book for you, Commissioner. It's called Palaces for the People. And it provides both the economic and social argument as to why communities thrive with libraries and do not thrive without libraries. Libraries provide facilities in particular for the poorer elements of our society. People like you and me can afford to buy our own books, our own magazines, our own videos, our own everything. We can afford to send our kids to good schools or to schools. And we can afford extra tutorial help if they need it. We can afford computers where we can apply for jobs if we need to. We can hire someone to help us write a CV if we need to. Libraries provide all these services and more to everyone within the community who wants to take advantage, but particularly focused on the poorer elements, the lesser advantaged elements, and help them thrive and add their economic and social contributions to the community. That's my in a capsule. As far as the cost per employee, we have tried very hard. As a matter of fact, until recently, until our new librarian, who's very good at this sort of thing, incidentally, came on board, we were paying less per employee for librarians than for any of our other county employees. We have now brought their salaries into line, and we are holding it strictly in line with the county standards. The most recent pay, what I guess it was that we were doing, has, we hope, been given to the librarians. I haven't received a report back from Karen on just exactly where we are on that process, but our intention as a board is to give our librarians the same exact advantages economically, salary-wise, as the county employees. As I said, up until this last year, that has not been done. Our librarians have been the poorest paid government employees in Park County, but they are no longer. And that's thanks to you guys approving our budget, which included money to bring their salaries into line with the county standards. We've even changed our, what do you call that?
The scale.
The scale to match exactly the counties. So I think we're doing what we can, Mr. Commissioner, to address the concerns you just expressed, because those are common concerns, and we want everyone to understand that we are, one, providing value for money, and two, watching our money very carefully to make sure that we are giving you the best value for what we're getting. and a long speech to answer. So that's fine. You know, I mean, you guys all know it. I get on a hobby horse in the library. It's of course one of my biggest hobby horses. So that may be a negative, and I maybe shouldn't have mentioned that.
And in response, and I'll probably only do this with you, Pat, because I know you and I know you're very passionate, but yeah, I agree with everything you said, other than you've brought them beyond where they need to be to the top paid employees for per outcome. And then at the same time, so you're looking, I'm looking at it in one negative way of, you want a new library, you want to, but then you're taking your entire budget and you give it to employees. And I know that the budget reasons, your hands are tied. You're not allowed to put it in a reserve so that you can build a rule. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So, you know, there's.
Yeah, you put your finger right on it. But if you, I mean, as always, and I know none of you are bashful about speaking up, but if there are ways that you see that we can better use our resources, and if you would think that we could put aside reserves, because of course in the past we did do that. And it was the commission that decided we should no longer do that. But if you want to change your mind, we're happy to go there.
I don't know, we're voting on that today. So. Anything else for Pat?
Nope.
Thanks, Pat.
Thanks
Okay.
for coming
My
in,
pleasure.
appreciate it.
Thank you. I think so.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm just fine.
I'm assuming you're Jolene.
I am Julie.
Okay. Applying also for the library board.
Yes.
So Jolene, we'd like you to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to apply for the library board position, and then we might have a few questions for you.
All right, sounds
Okay.
good.
All right.
I am originally from Iowa, transplant. I'm a dairy farmer's daughter. That's why
That's why
pardon
I
me,
worked on one. That's why.
hard work.
Yes, ma'am.
I know what it is to milk a cow. But anyway, my husband and I moved to Rock Springs in 1982. I am a retired school teacher, elementary, mostly primary, and he was in law enforcement. And 4 years ago, we moved here to Powell. It was a good fit for us because of the farming background. We still love it, although farming in Park County is totally different than Northwest Iowa. We're going, what are they doing out there? And then we don't understand those, it's just totally different. But we still just love watching and what the farmers are doing. And we moved here because our son and his family, for grandkids, those grandkids have a draw. And since we were retired, then we decided this was a good place to be. We had no children left in Rock Springs. We have a daughter and her family in Casper, and our other daughter's in Nashville, Tennessee area. So this was just a really good fit for us. We think it's beautiful, and it's a great country and friendly people and all that. So that's basically, if you have any idea, I think if you read my letter, I've had some leadership experience in the school district. I was on quite a few committees that were decision-making committees, such as curriculum design. Also, I was on the accreditation school team and the accreditation for the school district. And I also worked for the district. I did not put that in there for a couple of years as a teacher mentor in leadership and taught classes and things like that. I found that children were more pleasant to teach than teachers, so I went back to the classroom. Anyway, Renee, that's at the Park County Library in Powell, mentioned to me that she asked if I might be interested in it. I had seen the ad in the Powell paper and I kind of, oh, and didn't think too much. And she said, you might want to think about it. So I did. And I love the library system. School teacher, books. My grandkids say, Grandma, you have a library in that bonus room upstairs, just because I love putting education and books and words in front of kids and in front of people. I'm a lifelong reader, a learner. And I think that opportunity should be for everyone, whether you're 86 or 6, or 8. It's the library has a lot to offer. And so I thought it would be an opportunity for me to volunteer, because that's where I'm finding myself now in volunteering positions. I volunteer at the Powell Care Center. I volunteer at Westside School. It's just, I want to be out there being a part of the community and get to know people, and also, help make some decisions possibly for Park County, because Park County is a good place to be. So that's basically it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tilden?
Yeah, just one quick question. Do you have any experience in budgeting process?
Not much, other than what I did with the school district. We had to do some budgeting on some different things. Budgeting is probably, I'm going to be honest, my weakest point. I don't really like it that well. Nothing ever balances, or it doesn't seem like you want to budget this much. I've dealt with our church budget also. We had a zero budget at our church, and figuring out how that looks and what a budget means, just because a lot of times people assume that because it's in the budget, money can be spent. And that's not necessarily the case. The money may not be there.
That's true.
And so you have to budget for what you're going to use and think carefully about that, and, not overspending. But then, like I said, a lot of times people misunderstand the fact that there is some there in print, but if the money's not here in the coffers, that money cannot be spent, and you have to figure out how to best spend it.
Thank you.
I don't know if that helps at all.
Mr. Deal?
Jolene, thanks for applying, and I'm welcome. I know you've been here 4 years, but yeah, but Park County when Powell especially would look very good after Roxbury.
Everybody says that, and they always say, why Rock Springs? How could you stand it? Especially my husband in law enforcement. And I said, the people were really good to us. And there's the BLM land actually is very appealing when you can't, because we lived in north of town. That was like on an acre, and I could walk a quarter mile and be on BLM land. Yeah. And so there's some appealing things, but that wind,
Jolene, not so much of a question, and I don't want you to think that I don't believe libraries are important, but I'm going to make a statement, and I want you to react to what I'm going to say, and that is, of all the departments for Park County, the library is per employee capita the most expensive department for the county, with 23 full-time employees averaging over $73,000 per year with benefits.
Okay.
So of your almost $2 million budget, over $1.5 million is just salary.
Okay. Just like the school district.
Pardon?
It's just like the school district. The large 80% or more of the financial burden was with the personnel. It always is a difficult place to do the budgeting. You want to do all these other things, but then you have personnel, that has to be paid. I would say, what do you value? Do you value those employees enough to pay them well and pay them to stay? I'll just be honest, in Rock Springs, keeping employees was difficult because Rock Springs. And we valued them, and we were paid well in the school district there because we wanted to keep people there, and we wanted to have employees that were worth their weight. You want to get employees that are prime candidates for any job in doing that. So I would say, yes, it probably is expensive to keep those employees. But are they worth the money that they, for what they do? I would say yes. I mean, I've seen Powell librarians in action, and especially the children's department, because I take the grandkids all the time. They work hard, and there's a lot of opportunity there for families. So that would be, it's a catch-22. I know, because that's where the bulk of our money goes. And we have to pay accordingly. I think you have to also look at what other librarians and media personnel and all that, what they bring to the table, and pay accordingly comparative to other counties as well. I have not looked at that, so I don't know how that would compare. I know what the school district gets. I watch that.
I just want to thank you for applying. I don't have any questions. It sounds like you might be a pretty good fit over there.
Thank you.
The library board meets on the fourth Thursday of each month. Late afternoon, 3:30 to usually done by 5 or 5:30. Any conflicts time-wise that you can think of?
I did look that up.
Okay, because we usually alternate between Cody and Powell. Never sure, once a year, maybe go to Matizzi, but just kind of depends on how things are set up.
Okay.
I think other than that, you covered a lot in your letter and your explanation with the school district. Understand, so I'm okay. Anybody else think of anything else?
I do have a question.
Absolutely.
Being new to the area, I don't know exactly what the Powell Library expansion involves. So
I can bring you up to date a little bit.
Okay.
This has been coming for a lot of years, but when Cody had the opportunity, when the commissioners bought the complex, they needed to move the library, and that library building was getting old. They decided to put a new Cody library in the basement of the complex, which if you've been to the Cody library, seen how that turned out. It's great. But there was also a promise at that time through the cap tax that if Cody got a new library out of this thing, they eventually, the citizens needed to also help Powell with the library. Well, it's been since 2014 and nothing had really transpired much. The board's kind of pushed toward it, knowing that they needed a little more space and a little better setup with the way things have gone with libraries. So about 3 years ago, we started working on it again. And this particular library board and the commissioners determined that we could go ahead and at least hire an architect to see what would be needed, because it's an old building. The determination by the commissioners was it needed to stay where it was. Some of the residents of Powell wanted to move it, but building a whole new building and going through all that was not money that we thought needed to be spent. So we said, let's look at what we have. So they're looking at remodeling that. So we hired an architect about 1.5 years ago, which was supposed to be done by now, but through different means and COVID issues and people off work, hasn't happened. But we are about to receive back their final footprint plan and an estimated cost of what it would take to do it. And they're not only redoing the footprint of the existing building, but there is a little bit of an add-on too. It takes up part of the parking lot to the north.
To the north.
Right.
Okay.
And so that's what they're looking at right now. We should have that. Well, they're hoping to have it back by next Thursday's meeting. Don't know if it'll arrive by then or not, but that's the plan. Then it's kind of like, where are we at financially? Where would that money come from? There's some possibility of state funds. There's possibility of some more fundraising, things like that. But we don't know that for sure.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Is there grant money available, matching funds, or?
There's possibilities, but we don't know that yet.
Okay.
So it's just one more step in trying to get there.
Okay, I was just curious. And that is handled, is there another committee that is set up to handle that, or not at this point, or will there be?
I'm not sure what the desire of the commissioners will be at that time. Right now, it has just been the commissioners agreeing to allow the foundation to pay for the architect that is doing the study. Even though it's our building, we had to sign off on that part of it. But the foundation, library foundation, is paying for that particular architect work. And then we'll go from there and see what's, what the commissioners want to do is moving forward or not.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So would that be a part of the board's responsibility, or is that?
It
Would
could
be
be
the
part of the board's
commissioners?
responsibility. It could
Okay,
be. I
that's-
don't know where it'll go because it depends on what needs to be done.
Okay.
So
All
could go
depends on that architect and the
on the
cost.
funding.
Okay, that was one thing that I,
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could just add, the library is the library, but the building, the infrastructure, all of that, utilities, that's all, that doesn't come out of the board
okay,
or not of the library budget. That's totally separate. So even though you may have all the employees, the books and stuff inside, the outer, the parking lot, the building, the maintenance, the utilities,
infrastructure
everything
and all
is
that.
handled by the county.
Right,
Okay.
that's ours.
Okay, so there's actually two separate line items.
There's two separate
probably, or
budgets.
Not
right.
more than one line item, but
Two different departments.
yeah. That would-
We have building and grounds that takes care of all the buildings, and the library just does whatever business within, just like the clerk downstairs.
Okay. So the budget I would see would be both or
No, just the library.
just the library part. Okay.
And they bring maintenance issues to our buildings and grounds, or actually to us if it's a problem.
Okay. I looked at the, some of the minutes of some of the library
Mhm.
board minutes and so, and it did mention that some library employees attend
The supervisory employees do, the
Okay.
librarians, and occasionally they'll send someone else, or they'll bring in someone that's doing some particular research for the libraries, and they'll come in and speak to the board meeting.
So what kind of a relationship, generally speaking, is there between the board and those employees?
Good,
Good.
yeah, I haven't
That's-
seen anything that would
there
indicate
isn't
anything
any
different. And I
friction that
attend
way.
those meetings as a liaison,
Mhm.
actually Commissioner Mangold and I do, depending on who's available.
Okay.
And no, there's a great relationship, it's a good
Okay.
working board.
They're able to come with any kind of concerns or,
Mhm.
I did notice that there were, like a new employee retired and that was all part of the minutes. so that-
Discussion, right.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Great.
I
Thank
think
you
we're
very much
good.
for coming in.
Thank you for giving me the chance
Yeah.
and whatever happens,
Okay,
that'll be great.
All
One way or
right.
another. Thanks so much.
appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, the next thing we have is at 1:15.
Where are we going for lunch? Irma. Irma? There you go. Sure.
Gary? If you'd like to move up to the table, that'd be great. We can get going. Gary Warner, applicant for the library board from Matisse.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, first of all, if you'd like to tell us a little bit about yourself and your reason for thinking about being on the library board, and then we
Okay.
might have a few questions for you.
Okay. I am Gary Warner. I've lived in Matisse since 1990. Have used the library quite often. I've retired a couple of years ago after spending most of my working life as a carpenter, and now I'm working 1 or 2 days a week at a cabinet shop here in town. I was on the Matisse Town Council, the Matisse School Board. Long time ago, I was on the Babe Ruth board. That's where I first met Darcy. Also was the representative from the town on the rec board and the joint powers board. So I feel like I have board experience, and I know how boards work and how they should work. And I have an interest in the library because I've been using it quite a lot, especially recently. Since I retired, I have more time for reading, and I've been doing that. I have to be honest, I did not even realize there was a vacancy on the board until when I happened to see one of the library employees down there. And she asked me if I might be interested. And I am. I feel like I could serve whatever role is needed on the board.
Thank you. Commissioner Tilden, would you like to start?
Yeah, just one quick question. Talk to me a little bit about your budgetary experience and experience developing budget and those types of things.
To be honest, I don't have very much. The school board, the budget was prepared by, I forget what the person's official title is, but it was a finance person at the school. And on the town council, the town clerk prepared the budgets. They were presented to the board, and we went over them. My main question was always, are we providing enough to provide the services that are required? We did not go over it line by line. That didn't really seem to be our job.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Gary, thanks for applying.
Sure.
I don't believe we've ever met, but I don't really have a question as much as for consistency, I'm asking everybody the same thing. And first, I want you to know I'm not against libraries in any way. But so I just wanted your response to a statement that I'm going to say, and that is the library is a pretty big chunk of the county's budget. As a board member, you oversee that budget, or will be. And the library has 23 for Park County, 23 full-time employees that average over a little over $73,000 per employee with benefits. So, which is higher than any other department within the county. I'm in with that.
One of the things that I think is unique about the Matisse Library branch is that I know when I was on the school board, the expenses were split between the two. As far as the rest, I'm a taxpayer. I don't casually suggest that any budget should be increased without there being a good reason for it and a way to pay for it. And if there are ways that they can be decreased, then they should be. But I feel that libraries serve a very valuable service to the communities. And I think that they should be funded to the level that is needed to provide that service. Thank you. Thanks.
These guys they get all the questions, so I just, thank you for applying and sharing a lot about yourself. And 32 years in Meetichi is pretty cool.
It has been.
Library board meets on the fourth Thursday of each month.
Yes.
Usually 3:30 to 5-ish. Is that any problem with your schedule?
No,
Okay.
no. One of the first things that I did when I was approached was to ask when the meetings were, where they were, and how long they was.
Okay, good idea. Okay. So you don't see any real, in Meetichi, it is a unique situation with the mix between the school district and the library.
Yes.
And you don't see any negative issues with that. It seems to be working pretty well.
I don't see any negative from my perspective. Been quite a few years since I've had any children at the school, so I don't really know the school side that much. I was on the school board from 96 to 2000. And at that time, there was some grumbling on both sides. Each felt that maybe they would be better off if they worked separately. And with the help of a person who came in and helped us both see both sides, we came to an agreement then. I have no idea if that's still the same agreement that's in place.
Okay.
But I don't see it. I don't see anything bad from it.
Okay, you haven't heard of any conflicts or anything
No,
necessarily?
no.
Okay, appreciate that. I don't have anything else. Do you have any questions for us?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
Okay, well, anything else for the commissioners? No? I think we're good.
Okay.
So we'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. Thank you for coming in.
Much coming in.
The last one's gonna end up being soon.
Oh,
Gentlemen, Ms. Renner, Chairman Overfield, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. You are interested in a position on the museum board.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I guess, first of all, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you have an interest in the museum board, and then we might have a few questions for you.
Okay, well, if I started with my roots, it would be with William Henry Sedgwick, who basically homesteaded on the Powell Flat on 40 acres. And he came out of Iowa. He was a mud farmer. They were getting flooded out all the time. He also had another 40 acres there, just a little due east, which is on Lane 10.
Okay.
So that sort of gives you that I have roots here. The reason I'm interested in history, as you can well see, is I'm kind of versed on some things. I have served on the museum board in Washakie County, which migrated over to the Washakie Museum and Historical Center. So in that regard, I have a deep history of the Bighorn Basin. I also like perusing your pictures in the hallway, and I'm kind of, I'm random. And I see Jack Rawlingson, which to me is one of the unknown characters of Park County. He, of course, as you well know, wrote Ponytails and Cattle Trails. And I like Cattle Trails, particularly one of the stories, a cowboy from Tinsley by the last name of Burke helped drive cattle from Baker, Oregon, through the Powder River, which is in Oregon, and followed the Snake River Plain and up and around and down in the Bighorn Basin, delivered them down here to Meeteetse. That story I like. I like the Chapman story of the ranch, the Two Dog, you know, so you guys all, you know, I'm singing in the choir here. I have a deep interest in history. I'm also, and I didn't put it on my application, have belonged to the Park County Historical Society. Jeremy Johnson's father and I went to school together, and I'm a good friend of Jeremy Johnson at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West, not only when he was a teacher at Northwest College, but also since he's taken over his position at the museum. So I share some things there. Brandy down at the Homesteader Museum, been interacting with her for many years as my mother was on the museum board at the Homesteader Museum in Powell. Recently, I contributed when I was in high school when the bean mill fire. Anybody know when the bean mill fire was in Powell? Okay, well, in any event, I was about a sophomore in high school, and I took pictures of that event on a 4x5 Graflex press camera. Lost the negatives, but when we were rummaging around in some of my boxes of toys, because my mother never threw anything away, I found that entry into the Park County Fair of those pictures. So I had them digitally made and contributed, spent about $800 to contribute to the museum there in Powell of the bean mill fire. I can't remember, 65, 66, somewhere in that neighborhood. There was a nice little sign on the outside of town that said the population of elevation of Powell, and it says, right below it says, this town isn't dead, it just smells that way, because those beans smoldered forever after that little event. So I've recorded history in that regard.
That was the first bean fire.
Pardon?
The first bean fire.
Oh, yeah, the one where we've got, Hank Baird standing there in his fire outfit. He's wearing, I swear, he's probably wearing his slippers in that particular picture. So I know they've been on display, and they had them in the Commons at one time and stuff like that. My mother contributed a lot of things, old Army uniforms from my grandfather who served in the 31st Infantry. And that, by the way, was in Siberia, in Vladivostok during World War I. Most people think of the European theater. So that's sort of military start. My dad was a radioman in World War II, and I served in the US Air Force. At the tail end of Vietnam, I am not a Vietnam era. I'm an era veteran, but I'm not an in-country vet. So I share that going forward with some of my lineage as far as military history. Lots of things about history we could go into and talk about. And if you get me started, you're going to shut me up. So I'll back off just a little bit and see, you know, if you have questions for me. My education, of course, I have a bachelor's degree. I went through Powell High School, I went through Northwest West College, and then on to Pueblo, Colorado. And I have a business degree, so I have a sense of finance. I was a budget officer for the 44th Transportation Squadron at Ellsworth Air Force Base as a buck sergeant. I was the lowest ranking budgetary officer on Ellsworth Air Force Base, which at that time had missiles, B-52s, and we had KC and EC-135s, which are refuelers, and the EC and RC-135s are the planes that would fly over the missile field and launch the missiles in case they were knocked out and couldn't be launched from the ground. So that's my military history. Well, once again, I'll bring it back to you folks.
Okay. Commissioner Tilden?
Well, I've been asking questions about budgets, but I see here in your resume, you were deputy clerk down in Washington County for 5 years, so you obviously know about budgets.
Let me clarify that. I was a part-time floater. I was the experiment And so I not only worked for Mary Grace in the clerk's office, which I'm aware of the budget. I did not participating in preparing the budget. I was a title clerk. I could file titles and make titles. I could also do property transactions, and I handled some of the
Well,
electronic.
then that being the case, can you tell me a little bit about your budgetary experience?
My budgetary experience
Mhm.
with the Air Force, my budgetary experience there was we controlled the budget for not only the transportation squadron, but we also had to oversee all the vehicles that were servicing not only the flight line, which was refuelers. We also oversaw all the vehicles that went to the missile field. So it was parts and material and fuel costs and all those sorts of things. And I wrote the budget based on what we were doing. We were a FAD 4, which means we had the same level of, we weren't number 1, we were number 4 as far as priority. So, but I would communicate with Captain Thompson at SAC, which at that time when we were under Strategic Air Command. And so I wrote and typed and prepared that budget. I understand what a budget is. I ran a business, several businesses for over 40 years. So you know, I know what money is.
Thank you.
Well, Fran, thank you for applying. I find it very interesting, and I have a lot of the same interests on the early settlement of Park County. I say I really like your interest on the early years of Park County and your story of the cattle, and there's not a lot of people understand why Oregon Basin oil field is actually called Oregon Basin.
The old Oregon Bull.
Yeah, but my question is, you have experience with working on other boards, and how do you feel you have in working with other board members with different views? How do you handle that?
Okay, for one thing, I'm a lifelong Kiwanian. When I was in Warwick, I served on the Kiwanis board as well as being president. But under that board auspices, I worked with Wyoming Health Fairs. And over the 30 plus years that we were there, we raised over $300,000 from rebates from Wyoming Health Fair. And I helped administer that to make sure it went to the youth, which was our focus. So that was one board I served on. On the museum board, of course, we were funded. Initially, Washakie County had the half meal for museums, which they no longer have, because the Washakie Museum went to becoming a 501c3 nonprofit. But during the time that we were under the auspices of the county, we had a budget that we had to live with. And so I worked with my board members. I was the treasurer at that time on that board and worked with our budget with the commissioners to fund the old museum, which at that time was in the old LDS church across from Sanders Park. So those are two boards that I've worked with. I think my biggest gaining of experience in interactions was really working for Washakie County, because in addition to working for Mary Grace, I also worked for Doris in the treasurer's office, because I had to cover in that office and issue license plates and collect taxes, either sales tax or property taxes. I also worked for the county attorney under John Worrell. His secretary, when I first started that August, had to go in for brain surgery within 9 weeks of when I started. I basically interned with her for 9 weeks and became the secretary, legal assistant for the county attorney, preparing orders and taking orders to the district court and to the circuit court. So that, I think, really did a lot for me. I also worked for Road and Bridge. In other words, I prepare and still work for Washakie County in preparing and inputting all their pub works for Road and Bridge and their maintenance people. And I prepare reports for the commissioners as tracking, if so much gravel's been put on this road, I can prepare a report. Or, is our county planner doing what he's supposed to be doing?
Oh, you want a job here?
You better pay better than what I'm being paid. I I asked that question one time of Ms. Renner, who does your road and bridge? Because what they were trying to get us to do with the road and bridge, because I would get the worksheets from the various departments, and then I manually input them. I'm an input. But what they want to do is either have somebody using the smartphone. If you're using PubWorks out of Colorado, is that who you guys
I
use?
think I just went to Publix.
Okay, they want to go to using either a tablet or your smartphone. And each individual person, whether he's the janitor or he's driving a truck, puts in his time as he goes along, either at the end of the day or whatever. Maybe he's out grading a road out here that needs grading because it's a dirt road, and he's running a patrol with a rock and roller on the back. And he's supposed to be input his time. He puts on, say, road, I don't know your roads up here, so I'll use Washkey roads. We're gonna do 81, which would be big trails. And he's grading up there, or he's at the dry farm pit and he's picking up road base to put down. Those are examples. I don't know how your system works, but I interact with Stuart Bauer, who's now the road and bridge superintendent, to do that. I'm involved with Tom Smeltzer, who's in charge of the buildings. So I understand counting. So what is the job pay, sir?
That pay pretty damn good.
Well, the trouble is everybody doesn't has their own, they all want to go there each direction, so you kind of have to herd cats to keep them going. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
You pretty much answered all the questions I was gonna have, and I appreciate you applying.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm very much interested.
With the museum board meets once a month on the second Wednesday of each month from 1 o'clock to 2:30. Sometimes in there, is there any conflict with that with your schedule, or that would work?
I'm retired.
No. You can pick your own schedule. It doesn't sound like you're retired. Sounds like you're doing quite a few things, but.
Well,
so
I joined Optimist when I came to town because I've always been in a service club. There wasn't any Kiwanis club, but I've always been involved with youth projects. So they're involved with youth and doing the fishing derby and a few things like that. So.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Where'd you get that?
I found it in the break room.
Oh,
there used to be a Kiwanis club here in Cody.
There was.
Before I left. And by the way, like I say, I lived in New Orleans from 1983 until this last summer.
Okay.
Basically because I ran my own insurance agency and then worked for the county for 5 years.
Okay.
And I also worked elections. And I almost applied for her job and then I rescinded my application. Or you would have gotten me down, may have gotten me downstairs.
Okay, do you have any other questions for us?
Not per se, like I say, I just,
Okay.
I'm very much interested in giving back to the community and community service, and I work well. Just to wrap it up, when I was in the Air Force, I got NCO of the month and I got Airman of the month. So that proves that I have leadership and that I can get along. And if you want to call Mary Grace, please do, because she would love to have me come back. I give her as my first preference, or even John Worrell for that matter.
Sure.
Okay, I won't take any more of your time, and thank you again,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chairman and Commissioners and Colleen.
Thank you for applying.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We'll be back with you. Oh, I've done this. You what? Hey, how are you? Good, how are you? Good. I'm not sure there's an introduction needed here. So, but Karen is.
Someone else had to do it.
I know. Karen is applying for the position on the museum board. So if you'd like to tell us about your interest in that, that'd be great.
Okay, so as you all know, I'm the library director here, Park County. But before coming here, I was the library director, but also the cultural services agency director for Mendocino County, California, and I oversaw the county museum. So I was director for the county museum. So basically I saw that there was a board position and I really missed being involved in the museum. I was very involved in the county museum, struggled, it was a struggling museum, had gone through some previous corruption and leadership. And so I was able to hands-on turn it around, hire staff, work in the collections, create policies, change how we basically did everything and ran the museum. So I just missed being involved in the museum and I think I could offer a different insight into it. So that's basically I applied. I figured I could be helpful and also I just really missed being involved in the museum.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a couple questions.
I don't have any.
Okay.
My standard question for the day, I know the answer to it. So
Okay, Mr. Teal?
Well, because we're ahead of schedule, I'll go ahead and let you elaborate a little, even though, how do you handle conflicts within boards? I'm not gonna question how many boards you're on or what you've served, or what experience, but when they arise, have you, or maybe they don't, any board you've served?
I've had lots of conflicts in previous experience. So I'm a firm believer of just straight up honesty. I lay all the cards on the table and let's get it done. I like to just deal with things straight on and take care of it right away. So there's no issues that linger or fester. I think most people that would join something like museum board or library board, their intentions are always good. And so I think it's best to just get everything out in the open and we're all on the same page and be able to move forward. So I have no problem with conflict whatsoever.
Questions here.
Do you see any, we just talked about conflict. Do you see any working together or possible conflict or anything with the two, being the library director and then museum board? I
don't think so here, just because it's separate. In my previous position, I was in charge of all of it. And then, but I also dealt with separate boards. One was a museum board advisory board, and one was a library advisory board. So I had dealt them separately. I don't think so. I actually think museum and libraries, go hand in hand. And I think there's collaboration and partnership. And, I'm all about streamline and efficiency. So I would probably think it would be interesting to explore options.
I think you certainly know when the museum board meets.
Yes.
Just for discussion purposes, since we have a minute or two, do you see any issue with both you and Nicole, because Nicole is on this board?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a problem at the library, or you have covered?
Before I ever applied, I asked Nicole how she felt about it. Yeah, so I thought it was anyway an issue or comfortability, I would withdraw. So no, I would, I have a really good relationship with Nicole, so I wouldn't have a problem with taking off the director supervisor hat and when we're at the museum board, if she disagrees with me, I don't have a problem with that at all.
And you don't see any problem with both of you being out for that hour and a half? You have enough staff at the
Yeah.
library to cover everything?
So, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to be sure we understood where that was.
Mhm.
Okay, and we know you have budget experience and board experience, so I'm good. Well, any other questions you can think of? You have any other questions for us?
No, I'm just, like I said, I just missed the museum and was, interested in just helping. So I'm fine with whatever decision's made.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Great. Thanks for playing.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We'll let you know. So it's not till 2, I don't know if she's here yet.
So we only have one opening on the museum board.
Because we put Nicole and Rebecca back on a couple weeks ago.
original homesteader on the Garland project in 1918, I think is when he homesteaded. He had a second homestead on the Willwood, and his original homestead bogged out. And I was born on that homestead on the Willwood. So I didn't go to school in Powell. I went to school at Northwest. I went to school at the University of Wyoming. And then I went to Creighton University for medicine. So I was a physician. I've retired and I now have time to give back to my community. I look forward to that. My grandmother, Anna Christopherson, was on the original library board. We lived at the library when I was a child. She took us all the time. And it's been a part of my life to go to the library, all of my life, since I was born, since we went as children. My sister Anna Sapp served on the library board here in Park County for years, as well as on the state library board before that. So library's been in our blood for a long time. I think that libraries are very important to communities. We're fortunate here in Park County to have very good school districts. We have really great schools. I think the best in the state, probably the best in the West. And libraries are an important part of that. They contribute to the education of the community and foster education, the desire for education. So having a strong library system, I think, is important to our school systems as well. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Tobin?
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit about your budgetary experience, developing budgets and those types of things?
Sure, I sure can. When I moved back to Wyoming, I moved back to help start a federally funded health clinic in Powell. And as the chief medical officer there, I had to help set the budget, stick to that budget, find out where the bleeding might be occurring, that kind of thing. So I've assisted with that budget. I reported to a board there as well that had oversight. So I'm used to reporting to boards and understanding how boards work.
Thank you.
Juanita, thank you for applying. I have not so much of a question, a statement that I'd like you to respond to.
Okay.
First off, I want you to know that I support the libraries, but the Park County Library is a huge chunk of our county budget.
Absolutely.
And with that, they are also the highest paid per capita employee of 23 employees and averaging over $73,000 a year with benefits.
That has been a controversy, I think, for some time about how much should libraries cost the community and how can they be a bit more self-supporting. I noticed that our library doesn't even collect the fines that might, I know it's a pittance, but they don't even do that. It's as though the current staff have very little interest in supporting themselves. And perhaps that should be explored a bit more. What are other communities doing to help support their libraries? What the cost of the buildings must be stupendous as well. And when I was practicing in Arizona, both the Tempe Library and one of the Mesa libraries were part of the recreation district rather than a separate library. And so the multi-generational centers shared space with the library. So the rec center and the library would share space because then there was less duplication of meeting rooms and classrooms and those kinds of things, less duplication of cleaning staff, air conditioning costs, those kinds of things could be shared. And I haven't seen us explore that much. I know the library here is in a building that's shared with other rentals or whatnot, but in Powell, it's a separate building.
The almost $2 million budget does not have any building expense. All the buildings in all of our Park County libraries are handled under a different department. You pay no utilities. That is, I guess my point is, $1.5 million of their budget is strictly employees that are the highest rate of any department. And with it as a board member, that budget comes from you.
Okay.
Ultimately handed down from us, but you manage that budget.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate you applying. You've said you've worked with boards. Have you ever sat on a board?
Yes, I currently sit on One Health Board. It's a
Okay.
nonprofit.
All in here. Thank you.
Schedule wise and with what you're doing in today's world, the library meets on the fourth Thursday of the month from 3:30 to 5-ish, 5:30. Is that a conflict for you or does that work okay?
I'm retired. I retired at the 1st of June, so I have time.
Okay. Some of those meetings, about once a year, we go to Matisse. The rest of the time we kind of waffle, mostly Cody, but in the Powell. Just to do those. Have you been in all of the libraries in?
I have not been in the Matisse Library.
We do share that one with the school
the
district
school.
down there. It's a little bit different setup, but.
The last time I was in school was probably 5 years ago, so I haven't been since then.
Okay. But you have been in Cody and Powell.
Yes, and I've been in Matisse School, but I didn't enter the library portion.
What are your thoughts being in Powell about the discussions about upgrading that library? What are your thoughts?
Right. It's an old building and it has some problems. Parking is an issue. If you expand that building, maybe even a more difficult issue. It is nice that it's across from the junior high, but there would be options close to the junior high to build a new building. We want to throw good money after that in a building that's old.
Okay. Yeah, you haven't made any of those decisions yet for sure.
No,
So,
no.
yeah. Okay. Any other questions? come to mind?
One last, are you related to Tim?
Tim's my brother.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on the city
He's on the
council
city
in Powell.
council.
Oh.
And he's been on planning
I've
and
known
zoning
him for
here.
years and he worked in production.
Right, it's important to our family to serve our community, so he's
Okay.
done that. My sister Anna,
I
myself.
see a little similarity there, but I didn't want to.
We all look alike, absolutely. Right.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, thank you. Thank you for having me here today. I
Thanks for
really.
coming in.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your support.
So I accept, you guys have a tough decision.
Yeah. you do.
Yeah.
Wow.
We've got a little bit of time.
Be a kick in the teeth if there's 22 from Powell.
Why not?
They're districted. They're districted on the board. They are.
Officially going?
You can go.
Bosses.
Yes.
Okay, so I forget which one we had first on the agenda, the
You have the motor grader bids.
motor grader bids, okay? That one's the one that's a little trickier. Of course, you got my email. We received two bids. This was back on June 7th, I think it was. And we received one from Haunted Equipment and one from, which is the John Deere's, and then T&E for the cap machines. With the purchase price for the John Deere's is actually higher than the cats. But just like we've seen in past years, you can look down below on those buybacks, 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, and 5-year. And like I explained in my email, when you really look at a cost of ownership in terms of cost per hour used, the John Deere is still the way to go in terms of long term. And the cat, the buyback's just not as attractive. And if we were to go the cat route, they're best just to run them to 12, 13,000 hours. And they hold the value pretty good, and that's kind of the way to go. But with that John Deere buyback, it's just such a good program that we're, it's kind of the way to go. And I think I explained in that email that we were about, if you just compare straight up apples to apples of John Deere and their buyback with cat and theirs, we were at about, I should have brought my email, but $71, $72 per hour. And then the cat was up at like almost 90. So it's just quite a bit different. But the thing that threw a wrench in at this time was cat offered, they had two 2022 cats ready to go, but which comes out pretty close, but sure messes up our program with our 4 and 4 2-year buyback. And it's really almost a wash with John Deere anyway. So our recommendation would be to go ahead and purchase the 4 new graders at a net cost of $384, $589.88, and that's after the buyback. So they'll take our 4 motor graders back. And that's that. That 5-year extended warranty. So on that optional equipment, there's really nothing there.
On this rotation, Brian, we're trading them every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
And what are our hours?
We're right at about, on average, about 1,000 hours a year. So we trade them back in at
So
2,000
they're
hours.
real close to that.
Real close. On our deal is 2,000.
Are we tracking? I know you are, but are we seeing these hours get less on any of the machines with the mag chloride, the QMAC program?
We really haven't seen that yet. We've kind of got a disparity where the graders at Powell use less hours. So we start getting a grader that's high, we'll try to maybe swap it out. Most time we've had, done pretty good,
Yeah.
but we hadn't noticed anything yet on that, or at least I haven't I haven't looked real close at it.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. In fact, I support your decision. I just, in the near future, possibly, I wouldn't mind taking a couple cats.
Yeah.
And running them out, because just like you mentioned, and because you're never gonna know what they're gonna be in 6 years as far as resale. But cats do hold their value. I think you'll agree a whole lot better.
Yeah.
So even if we had to sell them outright in 6 years of 12,000 hours, what would we really have in them?
Yeah,
Your hourly rate is based on the buyback program, but
Yeah.
not a resale 6 years out. Or
Well,
is it? Or are you using that 6 year?
And I don't know if it made sense in that email, but I ran it out both ways. I had the 2-year buyback, 3, 4, 5, and then ran it out to 12,000 hours. And that's where the cat starts looking good
That's
over
my point.
time. But the problem with it is when your cost per hour is about the same as the John Deere, you're always covered under warranty. And with the Cat, after 5 years, you're, you know, it's, you might be good, but it's a little bit of that's the only problem with it. But no, Chip wants the same thing. We'd like to run a couple of them too.
Any other questions on the motor graders?
Madam Chair, did we need separate motions on this then? I move to accept the recommendation of Public Works to go with the 4 John Deere graders at $384,589.88.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the motor grader bid as presented from John Deere. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, then we'll move on to the articulating wheel loader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one's, I think, is a little more straightforward. We received back on June 21st, I think it was. 3 bids, one from Haunted Equipment, one from T&E for a Cat, and then one from Tri-State, which is a Volvo. And you can see the summary of the comparison of the bids. The thing to kind of watch there is you can see down at the bottom where on my notes, Travis's notes, it's actually Travis's, with the red, in red there, those are kind of the options. There was some things like we had a chip bucket. We basically priced out several different options. And the things like the Volvo, their price was a little higher, but they basically everything came standard other than the pallet forks on the Volvo. The Cat, there were a lot of things we had to add in. Basically, everything that you see in red is added in as under optional equipment total, but under options to be purchased. So if you see that, we're looking at then the net bid after trade. Cat gave the best trade for our 2010 case at $49,890. If we, compare apples to apples, take their purchase price minus the trade, and then the options to be purchased, which is the red items, then you can see that total purchase price there. The Cat kind of jumps out as being the best option there. So we're recommending, and I would have to say that with the other two, if we went to John Deere or Volvo, we would want to sell that case on the open market just because those buybacks aren't as favorable. It is coming from the landfill, so it's been abused pretty good. But we think at 50 grand, that's a little lower than we could get on the market, but I think it's probably safe to send that one down the road at that price. But we're recommending the purchase of the Cat 950M from T&E at a total purchase price of $341,626. And that includes multiple options down there.
Discussion?
Just out of curiosity, Madam Chair, what did we budget?
We, gosh, you remember what we budgeted for that? I was thinking 350. I was thinking 350.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chair,
A lot of money.
yeah, I will move that we purchase a articulating wheel loader from Tractor and Equipment for a purchase price of $341,626.
Second.
Real quick before you vote, one more thing, just to kind of keep in mind. If you look at those buyback numbers down below the guaranteed buyback, so that would be in 2 years, 3 years, 4, just like the motor graders. You can see those prices are nowhere near what we get on the graders. So we'd recommend don't go in with not going with the buyback here and just rolling with this Cat until we get to the optimum hours going out. In other words, you see those buyback prices, Lloyd, they're just not very good on any of them.
Right.
Yeah.
But we don't have, Madam Chair, we don't have to do any of this.
No, but we will see, and that kind of figures into the pricing, like on the John Deere's, we enter into a buyback agreement when we purchase. See what I mean?
And we don't have,
We don't have
but
to.
it doesn't change
So we would not do that on this.
And it doesn't change the bottom dollar.
No, it doesn't.
Purchase price.
No, it doesn't change the purchase price, no. But it's kind of like we do with the John Deere's, we look at it that way. If you were to be in a buyback program, you got to look at that back side of it. This case, the buybacks just aren't very good.
So when on the graders, we're locked into the buyback.
Yeah, we're locked into the buyback once we sign up buyback agreement, that's correct. Yeah, because they base all their pricing, because like, even if on the motor graders, if we would have went with the two cats, John Deere would up their pricing because they base it on 4 graders. That's.
Doesn't change warranty or anything else.
Nope.
So do you need to revise our motion?
I don't think
know,
so.
'cause I was
It's
just
not
an
part of the-
FYI.
Just not part of the
You
purchase
mentioned
price.
buyback, Yeah, and you didn't mention buyback.
So.
Okay.
My motion
I
stands.
didn't mention the buyback when I made the motion for the graders either. though. But I'm good. You know what's going on.
We'll keep you out of trouble, I think.
Yeah,
As presented, and so they.
As
have to buy
presented.
back in.
Okay.
All right.
okay, so I have a motion to purchase the articulating wheel loader from Cat, or T&E, the Cat 950M at $341,626. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay,
What was the delivery date on the loader?
Oh, that's just tell you that too. Where's that? April 2023. So it is a little further out than the John Deere was December. But he said or sooner. We'll see.
Hopefully the case will last that long.
Yeah.
Don't say that. Oh,
Have an enjoyable afternoon.
thanks.
okay.
Thank you. See you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you've spent enough. Yeah, definitely.
I don't know.
Are we unmuted?
Yes, we're good. He's not.
Okay.
Just says he's connecting to the audio.
Looks good to me.
But he should be able to hear us.
Yes.
Jerry, can you hear us? You might, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Thank you. We'll wait just one
Okay.
second. I've got one commissioner out of the room, and as soon as he comes back in, we'll get going.
All right, sorry, I'm at work, so.
No, that's fine. And I appreciate you being able to come on a little bit early for us. That's great. We'll just give it a minute.
All right, I have a boatload of questions.
Okay, maybe it's good we came on early.
So from my left to right, who do we have sitting at the front, the counter there?
From your left would be myself, Darcy Overfield, the chairman.
Commissioner
Okay.
Lee Livingston.
All right,
Lloyd Teal.
Joe Tilden.
all right, nice to meet you guys. I'm Jerry
Hey.
Clark.
Okay, also in the room is County Clerk Colleen Renner and the Commissioner's Assistant Molly Norberg. So
Okay.
everybody's here now, so we'd get started. And the first thing we'd like to do is have you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you have an interest in the Historic Preservation Board.
Well, I was historian for the Department of Wyoming American Legion for 2 years, and come to find out we didn't keep very good records. So I wrote a historian handbook for the Department of Wyoming. It was passed by resolution on the convention floor in 2019 to proceed. I'm up to about 56 pages worth, and I am currently training historians statewide. And I'm also trying to write a 100-year history of the American Legion Department of Wyoming. We have 60 posts scattered across the whole state, so I'm doing a history on each post individually, and I am doing a history on the department combined with, there's 6 districts in the state. There's also Sons of the American Legion, Walrus, which stands for Wyoming American Legion Riders, US, and then there is also the auxiliary, which is the women's side of the house, either the spouses or lady veterans also. So I'm pretty busy in there. And then I'm a family history consultant. So I've been doing a lot of family history for about 12 years now. And if you've seen my office, it's nothing but bookshelves and binders full of family history. I'm trying to link myself back to the Revolutionary War to become a Sons of the American Revolution. Excuse me. Then I saw in the paper that there was a county historical preservation committee opening. So that's what led me here.
Okay, thank you. We have a few questions for you. And then if you have any other questions that come to mind, that'd be great. Commissioner Tilden?
Yeah, just one quick question. Explain to me a little bit about your budgetary experience, creating budgets and those types of things.
I'm currently in the process of creating a budget for the Sons of the American Legion. Normally, I just maintain budgets that are already there. We work off of membership, so we have to stay within the membership number. Say we have 1,000 members and that's $100,000.
then I have to stay within that $100,000 range. And that's pretty much all the experience that I have on budgeting. Except my checkbook.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Teal?
Jerry, thanks for applying. My question is, your previous board experience, you touched a little bit on your history, but have you served on other boards, and when so, and when doing so, and if arose, how would you deal with conflict of interest, or not interest, conflict of opinion, if you will, within a board?
Well, I am the immediate past department commander of the American Legion, and we have about 27 different committees. I guess you could call them boards. They independently run themselves. They have their own self-elected officers, and they come to an executive committee meeting, which I'm in charge of at the time when I was commander, and we deal with the conflicts in a professional manner so that we do not have any outbreaks or upset people, and we try to solve it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Livingston?
I have no questions at this time. Thanks for applying, Jerry.
Okay, is it my turn to ask questions then?
You sure can.
Okay, I noticed there's no job description. What is the primary function or mission of that County Historical Preservation Committee?
That's a pretty good question. My understanding, and we do not have a commissioner's liaison on that board. My understanding is working with the public and the entities to try to keep things as historic as we can, and how that's supposed to work, I cannot answer that for you. I have not been around that. I haven't been around that board at all, actually.
Okay. When does the board meet? Monthly, weekly, quarterly?
I'm believing it's quarterly. It could be monthly, but I don't think so. One of the members on that board also sits on our museum board. And I have talked to him a couple of times, or not on the board, he's an employee of the museum board. But, and the gentleman that left the opening, I believe in discussions with them, it was quarterly, but I'm not positive.
Okay, and where do they meet?
They have met up at the archives at the Cody Library.
Okay, is there a certain night or time?
I do not know that.
Those, Madam Chair, those meetings are generally just, they're called by the chairman, and the meetings are set up through the chairman. I do not believe that there is a set meeting day, day of the month or quarterly, there's not a day that's set as a meeting. I believe they're set by the chairman.
Okay, do we report to the commissioner?
Yes.
After our meeting?
No, we do receive copies of minutes on occasion, depending on what the scenario is. And we do appoint the members to that board, but there's no direct reporting on a regular basis.
So then my next question is, what do we report to you? And I guess there would be no answer to that then, huh?
Madam Chair, Dr. Todd on occasion will come in and give basically give a yearly update of what's going on with the Preservation Committee.
Okay. In reference to your budget question, is there an expense fund for this committee?
No. They don't receive any county dollars, no.
No.
Okay. How long is the term? I take it I'm filling a term for like 2 years, and if I get elected or appointed.
Lifetime.
After that,
he said life.
It's a lifetime appointment.
Oh, no. Not a problem. Not a problem.
They're actually 3-year terms.
Okay. And I'm currently looking at a vacancy to fill that until the next term is up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the committee itself, do they have their own elections and elect a chairman, a vice president, a secretary or treasurer, anything like that?
Yeah.
I would assume they do, because it is the chair that usually comes in and reports to us.
Okay. Is it a self-elected in the committee or is it appointed by you?
In the committee.
Okay. Just for your information, I am also running for the cemetery, Crown Hill Cemetery Committee this year. That application is not due until August 10th, but I thought I would apply for this one too.
No conflict.
I don't think there's a conflict there unless you wouldn't want to do both jobs.
I'm looking at doing both, but we'll
Okay.
see. You know what I mean? See if I get appointed or whatever.
Right. I don't think there's any understanding of conflict coming from this area if you were to do both.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions that I can think of at this time.
Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners?
No, thank you very much for applying and a little bit of your time today.
Yes. Thank you very much.
All right. I appreciate it. Now, do I receive a letter from you stating decline or accept or appointed, not appointed, or how does that work?
Yes, you will receive correspondence from us. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank
Thank you.
you. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
What was the significance of the minor? act? Still right up front.
He was working.
He said he was at work.
I'm glad he wasn't wearing out of the house.
They had a microphone.
Okay. So decisions wise for the board, we have, let's start with the library board.
And we have 3 openings on that board, right?
Yes, we do.
Powell,
One Cody.
one Matisse.
Yes,
We have an applicant from Matisse, we have an applicant from
Cody.
Cody, and we have 2 from Powell.
Yes.
So, Madam
I
Chair.
like.
Oh. No, go
Discussion
ahead.
on motion.
I was just gonna
Let's
start
just,
talking.
Well, the only conflict is the power. I like Juanita Sapp.
I like Jolene.
You like who?
Jolene.
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 Jolene, I agree. For Powell. I mean, I personally,
Both of
I
them
like them
great.
both.
they're good. I mean, you know, Juanita, she's a doctor. Probably considerable more education. But I like the way that Rieger's gal Jolene interviewed.
Mhm.
I like she's, you know, she's got a lot of energy, she's got desire.
You know, both of them, either one would work. I mean, that's where I'm leaning.
I liked Juanita because she said they're throwing good money after that.
Lloyd.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna
No,
go
I
ahead
agree
and-
with you on that too.
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we appoint Jolene Riekers for the Powell rep on the Park County Library Board.
Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint Jolene Riekers to the Powell position on the library board. Any further discussion? None, all those in
You
favor?
can always make Dossie votes, you know.
Joe,
Yep.
this is not what I meant by any other
I can't.
discussion. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Yeah, just. kidding. Okay,
Madam Chair, I make a motion to appoint Gary Warner to the Matisse seat in the library board.
Second, our choices are limited now.
Yeah.
it's been moved and seconded to appoint Gary Warner for the Matisse position on the Park County Library Board. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Madam Chair, I'll move we appoint Pat Stewart to the Library Board for Cody rep.
Second.
Yeah, that's tough and I'll make it.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Pat Stewart as the Cody rep on the Park County Library Board. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought we did. I'm sorry.
You have to call.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Now, I've got a question, point of clarification.
Aye.
This minutes, you,
Oh,
Dossie
excuse me.
asked to vote.
I thought we already voted.
I'll vote in favor.
All right.
Motion passes.
Don't they know that takes more words?
Let's move on to the museum board.
Okay, well, I have a question if I could.
Okay.
Clarification, Wendy Cole, now, did she apply for the museum board or the historical preservation board?
Both.
Both, okay.
Yes.
I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, so for the museum board, we had Karen Horner, Fran Scranton,
And Wendy.
and Wendy Cole.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we appoint Fran Scranton to the museum board.
Right.
I don't know, she'd be good there too.
Do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second.
Madam Chair, I move to nominate Karen Horner.
Second.
Moved and seconded to nominate Karen Horner for the museum board position. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. And the last one that we have is the Historical Preservation Board, and we had the two, we had Wendy Cole and Jerry Clark.
Madam Chair, I move to nominate Jerry Clark.
Nominate or appoint?
Appoint.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Jerry Clark to the
Preservation.
Historic Preservation Board. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I feel sorry for Wendy. She put her name in the hat twice, came up empty.
Noted.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Sure.
make a motion to adjourn.
I know.
Do I have a
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Okey dokey.
You know what, I do think